Thank you.
Это будет такая история, как хочешь, можешь как-то сходить.
Ведущий анонсирует тогда вас, да? Скажите через сколько?
1 минута ровно. Сейчас 5 человек зайдет.
Можно без презы, да?
Можно без приза вообще? Нет, там будет GC, там ивенты, блоги, и там как раз таки будет Game Connect, флажка. И я тебе там доставлю слово.
Да, ну у нас до 10:30 ваш анонс комьюнити, потом будет следующий спикер сразу. Да? Все, хорошо. Можно начинать тогда, да?
Да, можете отдать.
Доброе утро, уважаемые гости.
Good morning, dear friends. We're delighted to welcome you to Digital Bridge 2025, the largest international technological forum in Central Eurasia. And we'll begin our day with a keynote speech. The moderator of the session is a member of the Alliance of Creative Industry, David Teganov. Member of the board of Alliance of Creative Industries of Kazakhstan. Here is my presentation. My name is David Teganov, a member of the board of Alliance of Creative Industries. We created it to catalyze development of creative industry. These are my contacts, and just take a picture if you like. Why did we start this endeavor? Because it's the most rapidly developing sector of economy. We are monitoring the address of the president to the nation. He says we need to develop creative industry, cinema, video, animation, new digital media. What are those? Does anybody know? You have it all on your smartphones. It's YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Threads, all type of performances. These are dancing, theater, music, literature, comics, architecture, all types of design, marketing, crafts, jewelry, IT, multimedia. Would you say that IT is part of it? Not by and of itself, but in creative industry it is. What is the quickest, most rapidly developing startup from Kazakhstan? It became a unicorn just the other day, Hicksville. Yeah. And what you see with this lock, it's not part of creative industry, and we feel that it should be. And the goal of our alliance is to make sure that it's part of it for the subsidy, for the grant, and the measures of support. All hundred thousands of studios and academies that are teaching and training people in creative industry. These arts, all sorts of hobby clubs, photo studios, crafts, and so forth and so on. Informally, this informal education is outside of it. We have 60 members of our alliance. We are a small guild, like Atamiken, but just for the creative actors. And our goal is to join efforts. Secondly, it's cross-pollination. One creator meets another creator, and the magic starts. organically, we didn't mean that, but it's a club of producers. So in creative industry, there are creators and producers. They are entrepreneurs. They see some potential. They see this diamond that hasn't been processed and refined, and we're not alone. You see that it's a community of 5 countries. It's CCAN, Creative Central Asia Network. Which of these 5 countries achieved largest promotion in creative industry? It's Kyrgyzstan. Kyrgyzstan were the first to open the park of creative industries. What is the taxation? What VAT our creators will pay from 1st January? 16%. Do you know how much is it in Kyrgyzstan? 0.25. How do you like this story? And this is thought to be best creative park for in terms of taxation in the world. So Kyrgyzstan is a reference case, and who is going second in terms of investment and attention, pouring cash and creating outstanding funds, etc. What is the next country after Kyrgyzstan? It's Uzbekistan.
And IT Park, Forum of Creative Industries, Game Fest, that's probably the largest Game Fest in Central Asia, was in Uzbekistan. We are next, but we're trying not to stay behind the curve for long. That's why we've created this alliance in order, through unity, not to get too far behind. And we've decided to join our forces with 5 other countries, and everything that that they're doing in Kyrgyzstan, the methodology for how they established everything, they've given it to us free of charge, pro bono. So it's sort of like a brotherly gesture. Also, we work very closely with Sakha. It's a Federal Republic of Russia. We have a representative, I believe, from that organization, from Sakha, Yakutia. So they also are our brothers and sisters who actively help us. So where do we work? Number 1, people, education, training, incubation. We had a course together with the British Council. Please raise your hands. Those people who enrolled this year. We actually provide this course every year. And physically, it's not just Astana and Almaty, but also Tashkent, Bishkek, Dushanbe, and throughout Kazakhstan. And through this course, we provide information about what creative industry is all about. Also workshops, art residencies, because unfortunately, without such presence, you can't support the dynamic development of creative industries. Any creative spaces in Astana that you know of? And what about Kazakhstan beyond Astana? Any creative spaces that you know of? We have 16 creative hubs, as a matter of fact. There are private ones. They open up, they go out of business, so that happens. And there will be a separate presentation on a whole park. We were given a big plot of land where we opened up a park of creative technologies. Number 3, money. Unfortunately, you can't do anything without money. Even though the president says we need to put emphasis on creative development, unfortunately, words do not go a long way towards that goal. You need money. We need private investors, we need angel investors, we need venture capitals. So there will be a venture capital fund for cinema in Kazakhstan for the first time. GR, it means government relationship. So we work with the government. We help draft legislative acts, legal acts, and statutes, because the legal framework needs a lot of work, requires a lot of work. And now we're working very closely to make sure that the tax burden on the creative industry will be different. It should be at a discount, because you can't create something new if you're subject to the same taxation as everybody else. And also we'll be doing professional research. And recently we published a study on family and children content in the Kazakh language. And YouTube, do you think its algorithm promotes Kazakh content or doesn't? Or the reverse? Actually, our study, our research shows us that YouTube actually discourages Kazakh content. For whatever reason, YouTube's algorithm discourages it. And we're not the first in the former Soviet Union to achieve results. We get help from the British Council, from l'Alliance Française, from Korea, from the United States. We work with everybody. We will work with anybody who can help us, and our collaboration is active, not just beyond Kazakhstan, but inside as well. And we have 36 speakers for today on cyber, sport, animation, art, and for Digital Bridge, it's 400 speakers. So actually, creative industry will account for 1/10 of all speeches. So that's important because we worked with the committee a half a year ago. I started to get on everybody's case just to make sure that creative industry is represented at Digital Bridge in the right amount. We, as the Alliance, we position ourselves as a canoe. So everybody comes with their own oar, and we all row in the same direction. So we train, we create visibility, we give you a voice. We also do a lot of networking. So I actually know through Alliance a lot of creative people and creative types, finances, and we also have a big program. If you are a creator, if you want to export your content, then we are actually putting together a program for creative content expert. We will be signing an agreement with Castrate. So we will be able to, together with Castrate, to present our creative content in places like Dubai, Shanghai, Osaka, etc., etc. So first of all, of course, we're talking about tangible products and intangible products. So for creative content expert, we have a big program. And on our website, there will be a registry of all the creative spaces in the world, so of which we have about 25. In Astana, actually, we have plenty, but nobody knows about them. So we want to create this problem, resolve this problem as well. A lot of events have been held, so these hubs that are on top, they are closed down. A new one will be created. It's very difficult to establish a creative space from scratch when rent is exorbitant. When you don't sell anything, when you don't sell coffee, it's very difficult to pay that rent. So without external support, creative hubs just cannot afford rents, market rents, as they are in Astana at this juncture, at this point. In Almaty, the cultural hub is just one example. We work with them very closely. That's an example where private owners, they understand that creative types need assistance. It's not a financial project for them. They don't require an exorbitant rent. They say, well, you be creative, you create, so for 10 years you will get this space just for your purposes. Just be creative. If you are in Almaty, please come to us. GR. So we work with all of the akimats, all of the regions. Every year we hold a masterclass where we explain how regions can support creatives, because creative industry is not just Almaty and Astana. Every city should have this type of vertical integration. So research and with Flux, as you can see, we have good cooperation with local and international institutions. And this year we decided to go for rock and roll. We rolled a global movement, World Creativity Day. under the aegis of the UN. It is marked on the 21st of October. That's International Day of Creativity and Innovation. We bought that franchise. The headquarters of that day is in Brazil. They do it for 5 years, and we like this initiative because in a couple of days, thousands of events all over the country can take place as a festival. And when we joined that, we thought that we would do it only in Almaty and Astana, and with 10 events each. But the feature is that we as organizers have to find creators who can hold a masterclass or a lecture, and to find a platform, some place where the creators can hold what they want. Our objective was to find spaces, and we were very critical. We thought that we would never find anybody, but all of a sudden now we have 6 cities, and instead of 20 events, actually we held 120, and in Astana alone 61 events were held, and it took us actually more than 2 days. A whole week was dedicated to creative types and to the creative industry. One whole week throughout the city of Astana, events were held. That's what it looked like in Astana. That's what it looked like in Almaty at Gandhi Park. Anybody from Almaty here? Almost one half of everybody. Do you know that Almaty held this? What about Astana vibe? Does anybody know? No hands. So our objective as creators is to make sure that there is a vibe in every city in Kazakhstan: Uсть-Kamenogorsk, Shymkent, Atyrau, Pavlodar. And creators from these cities, they have to take leadership and to promote this event. A couple of days ago, another big event was held for 3 days, regional field IT market. So that's actually one of the largest cinema market in Central Asia. Kazakhstan, after 2022, created an initiative, and pretty much all the deals in the cinema industry made in Almaty. That also will become an annual event organized by the Alliance. And next year, so this year we actually added TV and streaming. Next year will be streaming. Do you know how many streamings we have in Kazakhstan? Homegrown. Netflix. So do you have Kinopoisk? But now there is Kazakhstan streaming platforms as well. Does anybody know? Kazakh Telecom, yes. And 2 new ones have appeared. On the 12th of September, an announcement was made: Unica Play and Freedom Media. So we have 3 new streaming platforms in Kazakhstan, homegrown. And finally, we've brought together the whole community, and now we have 5 directions: cinema, sport, animation, comics, and art. And in the Alliance, we've decided to create this substream, but joining together these 5 directions into one big networking family. Happy, I hope. And in this room until 5 p.m. and downstairs until 5 p.m. non-stop, there will be lectures, panel discussions, workshops, etc. You have the program on your phone, and also we have printouts here. So if something looks good at you and jumps at you, please attend. Next month, every month, we have events. So we hold events. Lev is for GimDev, who for GimDev created a lot for our country. It's not just that he has production and courses, but he decided to democratize GimDev. So that it becomes a subject in our schools. Hundreds of teachers have been trained. Lev, I would like for you to, briefly, to talk about what you do. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Have a good day. It's an excellent morning, and it's an excellent opportunity. It's an excellent reason for us to get together. People from Almaty have come and from all over Kazakhstan. It's great. If you don't know who I am, my name is Lev. I'm founder of Omnium Data Center of Interactive Technologies and Educational Programs. Overall, we focus on mobile game dev, so that's me, and we have a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge, and we understand now that we can train other people. What is game dev in a nutshell? How can I explain it? Because people might not know what this is all about. Game dev goes back to games. We have tabletop games, we have computer games. In time, these games are developed. We have a lot of different consoles, and this history actually has spanned multiple years and even decades, all the way back to the 70s. A little bit about games as well. So a little bit of evolution here. So everybody remembers Dendy Sega, so that is game dev. Also BK games, they're also here, but in time capacity increased, monitors and displays increased in size, quality also has gone up, and all of that now has moved to AAA. So if you hear such a term as AAA games, so we're talking about computer games, so console games, and so you have to play them on powerful devices. But we mostly focus on mobile game dev. And why? Because everybody must have seen pocket devices, so you must have seen them. They also have evolved from Tetris, and Steve Jobs showed the first iPhone, and since then mobile game dev started to develop. And aside from the sale of mobile devices, smart devices, the game industry started to develop by leaps and bounds, and you can actually see it on this graph. Console games, computer games, so we see that the market value is about $30 billion, while mobile game dev actually has a huge share in the overall market. So that is the background story. In Kazakhstan, we have a lot of mobile games. Computer games also developed, but we have a few of them, and they are hard to sell. Last year, and actually over the last 3 years, thank you very much to Astana Hub for support of our game dev centers. So these are the spaces to bring together all game dev developers in Kazakhstan. And thanks to a large number of companies that have relocated to Kazakhstan from the likes of Russia, etc. So you can see now they actually account for a large share of tax revenue. So IT and game dev, actually they bring a lot of taxes and new taxes into Kazakhstan. And game dev also has a big share of that. So you can see how many companies work in game dev in Kazakhstan. In Kazakhstan, we have game dev. So actually, you don't see them a lot in different festivals, but actually you can still see what kind of companies are registered for operation in Kazakhstan. That's very interesting information. So ideal is here. So that's probably one of the most important cases, multiplayer. And that's one of the most important cases in Astana and Kazakhstan. They have more than 800,000 active players every day, so that is a mobile game. If you haven't played that game, please do. You will love it. And as you understand, we deal with education, but we are a game dev company that pretends it's a training center, and we thought, why not develop game dev to make it more popular in a way that is popular. And that's why we launched an anime school. So that is our school directed at teenagers. We presented it to President Tokayev. Also, we hold a lot of events in the area of game dev. Also, We graduate 50 to 100 students in different areas. We have different teams where we bring young students together, and they produce and they can develop their games, multiple events, networking opportunities, so we can accumulate expertise and put together educational programs and curricula. So that's our graduates. They made those games, as you can see on the screen. You can play them. They've done a bang-up job with them. In Kazakhstan, we do have AAA games and AAA developers. In Kazakhstan, we also have Playrix, so that's the largest company in mobile games. Moltona from Yakutia also relocated to Kazakhstan. That's very big and very popular, if I do say so myself. So G5, they also are present in Almaty.
In case someone is looking for a job, so there are companies that can employ you, and it's a clear fact. Just like David told us earlier, what did we do? We tried to build this register of occupations. It's atlas of occupations, and it's a forecast regarding what occupations will be demanded in the future. Did anyone see this document? Yeah, it's pretty obscure, not widely known, though some major foresights were done, and there are different occupations included that are being occupations of the future, and many of them are associated closely with the ones that are using game dev. And we went one step further, and with the support of our company Playrix, Rhino Tales, to improve our understanding what kind of occupations are out there in the industry, and we decided to introduce it into educational system. In which way or form? Last year we made a major step forward. We built 3 platforms in Kostanay, Kizilorda, and Karaganda, and we're switching it into online mode because many people have PCs these days. And another important initiative, we trained along with the Ministry of Education 150 pedagogues of schools and trainers of Orleo that are teaching game dev program to teach it in 11th and 10th grades, right? That's absolutely thrilling. We supported the initiative, and we participated in a special course of Astana Hub to train teachers from universities. This way we trained 20 pedagogues. Not everyone made it to the end, and we closely collaborate nevertheless with Satpayev University, Astana IT University, and Eurasian University here in Astana to train this stuff further on, and to launch educational program with game dev. And yeah, we are working on that. And at the end, I would just like to know you, since we are making it online, we are developing a platform. It's a educational social network. It's a proper social network. You can interact there. You can upload your portfolio. You can shape your karma down there. You can find some courses for yourself. Taking those, you can build your experience, and this way you will have one clear pathway of your journey. You probably heard that additional education is equal to university, and that's a major step forward in our country that it's happening. And in the future, game dev will be a proper occupation, just like there are many occupations out there. Game dev will be officially registered to be present in Kazakhstan Register of Occupations, and and the ability to get a diploma in our social network would be equalized with an official formal degree at university. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, dear Lev, and let us make another announcement. Let me invite Malika. You will certainly notice her among this gray crowd. She's brightful. She's a multi-profile specialist digital artist and an architect by background. Yeah, Malika agreed after a year of negotiations to chair a committee, and she's the senior coordinator in this domain. If you're in art, comics, animation, Malika is our communicator who is going to merge 5 streams. Just like you said, my name is Malika, and I'm the main person who is coordinating the zone in pitch area. So we have different teams available there. We have plenty of interesting projects that were created with the help of our Kazakhstani developers. Very few of you know, and GCA, and I have our own project Shu. Now we would like to promote them. I've worked with Omni. I worked in different domains, in games, in the art industry, in animation. And it's the same problem everywhere. The primary problem, a lot of things are being done, a lot of teams, but very few know anything about it. And the issue is that the problem is that you need to tell it to people who are not from the industry. Those who are in the industry, they know it more or less anyway, though some certainly don't. So our goal is to gather everyone who's out there in game industry, in sport, in animation, in comics, and in art, so that by joining efforts we can announce it for a wider audience and tell about our projects, so that you know that we build wonderful projects, cartoons, and so on. And now I would like to tell you quickly about our projects that we have that are rapidly developing. We have a project called Shu School that I would just like to quickly announce. It's going to be a platform, a project that will be similar to educational platform with the proprietary courses of our artists, any creative guys. It will be supported by AI, and therefore, depending on how you move, it will gamify the entire process so that you weren't just giving up and on that, because creative people, they're quite a character, and all occupations, all professions can be targeting both business and commerce. And our effort here is to unite creativity and business, and we help gamify it. And Shu Media is by announcing all our projects, GCA art projects, exhibitions, plenty of exhibitions, and we have a lot of indie games, AAA games, a lot of things are happening, and our project Shu Media are made to build YouTube projects, reels, and so on, so that more people knew what are we creating. I hope I was brief enough, because time is pushing, and looking forward to seeing you at our next event, pitch point. So our next guest, like I said, we have in Kazakhstan our first park of creative technologies, and I would like to pass the floor over to Donat Jamilov. He flew all the way from Almaty. He's the founder of the concept of creative industry that was created and certified in 2020 or 2021. Donat showed his perseverance. He lobbied 6 months of really tough, intense work with across all ministries, and what we currently have in Kazakhstan. It's all thanks to Donat. Donat, over to you. Greetings, everyone. Yeah, delighted to see you all, guys. Just a quick question. Who is representing here game dev industry? Animation? No cinema? There are people from cinema. Scenario writing, no one. Okay, so why are you here? Why have you come? What for? So, most likely, we all want to be among those who share our values, right? Those who make something similar to what we do or what we would like to do. We would like to be surrounded by like-minded people, to be surrounded by people whom we can something learn from, someone who can help us build something jointly, right? Jointly chase our dreams. You probably all heard about Silicon Valley, right? What is it like? It's a place where people come from all over the world and doing something together. Can you please put on my presentation, by the way? Then I will tell you about the video. In 2021, just like David has mentioned, I had a dream. I decided to do something so that creative industry was moving ahead. I was a civil servant. I was advisor to the Prime Minister. I was deputy head of the staff of government. I thought it was important for the country that creative industry was going forward. We need to adopt laws. We need to make tax breaks. I was explaining to the Ministry of Economy what is creative economy, to the Ministry of Culture what is creative economy. Very few would understand and still don't understand. However, after a while, I realized that working in the government and trying to develop creative economy is not really productive. It's not impactful. It's not always working well. What you can write on paper will not necessarily work out in life. That's why I moved to the private sector, and I decided to do something with your own hands. You know, not only what you can do on paper and draw it in the presentation. And we had this area. It's called Park of Creative Technology, Dala H. It's in Kaskelen. Did anyone hear about Kaskelen? Okay, let me ask you, did anyone hear anything about Almaty city? So, 20 kilometers away from Almaty city, it's the outskirts of Almaty, there is this place called Kaskelen. If we take the downtown of Almaty and we get in the car and start driving, then in 45 minutes we'll be in Kaskelen. What is the difference? This 45 minutes is a big of a difference. We all been watching the news. Almaty, besides being it's the most beautiful city, that's like in my opinion, in Central Asia, it's unbelievable vibe. The traffic is terrible. Those of you who drove in Almaty know how it's difficult to go around Almaty, especially in rush hour. And we know a product of all this traffic. Subproduct is awful air, very polluted, and it's hard to breathe. And the recent studies, including from Harvard University, they show that. I'm not saying this relates to everyone. The studies show that the quality of air, what we breathe, has a really high impact on our cognitive skills, our cognitive capacity, the way we think, what we are capable to create. So the cleaner is the air, the better our brain works. You can just ask ChatGPT. And we created this park of creative technologies, Kaskelen. This is how it looks like. This is around 17.5 hectare of lands, trees, a lot of greenery. If you happen to come to a park at some point, and you will be able to see these mountains with snow caps. It's absolutely clear air. It's 45 minutes away from Almaty, and we thought that we would like to build it in our park, this atmosphere, this ecosystem where thinking people, creative people will be able to work, will be able to create something, to find like-minded people, and to, in one word, it's to create. We wanted to build this awesome space for creativity, for everything that you can build with your brain, you know, and this was our goal and the dream. And we had this territory for people to build something there, to create something there. You need to build a community, right? What the community begins with, what do you need for this community to show up? We realized that we need a strong partner, right? We need someone who will be a new center of competence, not only for Almaty or Kazakhstan, but for the entire region. That's why the first resident of our park, in the future there will be a lot of new residents, but the first resident of our Park of Creative Technologies was New York Academy of Cinema, Movie Academy, New York Movie Academy. Thank you very much. We just opened it last week. New York Film Academy. First 65 students are studying here at New York Academy of Kazakhstan across 5 occupations. It's filmmaking, it's acting, and it's something that can be close to you. It's game design, it's scenario writing, it's animation and visual effects. Can you please put on the video? New York Film Academy Fund is in Kazakhstan. We are teaching editing, scenario writing, even the atmosphere in the corridors is absolutely awesome. It's just like coming to another world. It's not like being in Kaskelian, but it's like in a totally different world. These are our classes. That's how they look like. Netflix platform. Just last week, to buy the content, we spent $17 million. Really awesome and striking open. It's all according to Warner Brothers standards. We have a few movie studios, and if you want, you can watch a map of our space. That we have campuses. It's just like being out there in the forest. Here is a place of our location. Feel free to come. Park of Creative Technologies. The first resident is New York Academy, New York Film Academy. I mentioned the occupations down there. Yeah, these are all American teachers. It's all in English. Diploma is American. It's absolute copy of a New York Film Academy that's based in New York. The only difference is that it's here, and the special price is it's a new campus minus 70% of what it costs in New York in Los Angeles. New York Film Academy has 2 campuses is in US, one in New York and the other in Los Angeles. There is another that is located in Italy, in Florence, and the 4th we have here in Kazakhstan, in Kaskelian. Would you believe it? What else I would like to tell you? Now, coming back to the Park of Creative Technology. It's a first resident of New York Film Academy. I mentioned that we need a space, we need a community where people are like-minded and they can build something together. Why did we choose this particular territory? Because just around the corner we have Suleiman Demirel University. It's the first international university in Kazakhstan with the emphasis on IT. This is the specialty. It's just around the corner with 10,000 students by our side. We had an arrangement with them, so we're sharing a common space with them, and the students coming our way. That's our first point. And the first building shown in yellow It's New York Film Academy, and what we've seen in the video, it's the film studio. The blue building will emerge in 2028. It's another 40,000 square meters of area, and in 3 years' time, we will have 25,000 people. It's a proper community. Besides New York Film Academy, besides Suleiman Demirel University, that is majoring in IT. In 3 year time, Almaty Energy and Communication University will move down here. It will be located over here. We are also holding negotiations with top Korea and Chinese university on robotics, AI, all these new industries, like Lev has mentioned about occupations of the future, from the atlas of the future occupations, and all these future occupations, or at least part of them, will be located in there, and in 3 year time we will have a proper technological creative hub.
So we're talking about 5 or 6 universities, so that's about 20 to 25,000 student body with different majors, engineers, animators, filmmakers, game designers, etc., etc. My contact information is listed here. What else do I want to say? Because we have here people from Almaty, we have here game developers. We have right now this major game development. We plan to hold regular workshops in the area of game development with a focus on game development. We invite you, and we will give you a platform for you to hold your events in our building. It's not just this building, but this whole green area is beautiful, super beautiful. You go there once, you won't want to leave. I promise you that. And here we plan to have 10 different spots where we can build pavilions for you, 500, 400 square meters, 5,000 square feet for your studios, for your businesses, for you to join this ecosystem that we have. So we have land for that to build about 10 such pavilions. Thank you very much. As part of our cooperation with the Creative Industry Alliance, we will do a joint PR. Donat is here, but if you can catch him, come to Malika, and everything in Almaty we will be doing ourselves. And Vladimir from Almaty, he's working with students. Vladimir Manamach. A couple of minutes about what you do in Almaty. Hello, Astana. A little bit of Almaty vibe for you. It's much warmer in Almaty, by the way. What is a game jam? So we will explain. Actually, it came from jazz music. Jam is when guys get together in a garage and improvise, and that's how they write jazz. So jam session, that concept came from there. In the year 2000, this concept was adopted by gamers and game developers. We got together in a garage somewhere in a flop house and wrote games. Slowly but surely, this whole movement commercialized. These game jams have become very popular. Some of them are extremely popular. I won't be naming any names, but some of the most popular games were born out of those game jams. When I became a student, I wanted to become a part of that movement, but unfortunately there was nothing like this in Kazakhstan. That's why I had to create our first game jam here in Kazakhstan. And this game jam is still held at Almaty Polytechnic. we invite everybody from Central Asia, and more than 300 game developers attend. And our prize fund last year was 3 million tenge, which is about $5,000 US. I am chairperson of the Almaty Game Developer Club. We are game developers, but we don't know each other. That's why we decided to set up a club. And on the first floor in the game zone, there will be a separate zone with games that we brought from Almaty for you. Please attend and give it a try. And the last announcement. There was an idea to hold a jam, my own. So we thought that after us, but at this year, this fall, 3 large national jams are held. A lot of game jams are held, and to do another one, I don't want to do that. We decided, we got together and brought our heads together, and there is an idea that I want to announce for the whole creative industry to get together. I would like to support here Malika. We have people, we have studios, we have great games, including great cartoons, but nobody knows about that, what we do. Nobody knows. 0 people. When I founded the club, I had to talk to every person individually just to make sure that there is some kind of awareness. That's why we decided to hold a competition. Just a simple example. Everybody knows about the Oscars. There is a similar prize, but for game developers, called the Game Awards. We will have Game Awards Central Asia. So we invite everybody from the creative industry to come and attend and compete, because an event of this nature will not just give us all an opportunity to get together, but to showcase what we do and transmit that, broadcast that globally. And we would like to work with all of you. GCA, Omnium, that's it for me. Thank you very much. So we are, unfortunately, one attendee couldn't come, but Oleg will be speaking on her behalf. She says that he's actually better than her. So we have a serial entrepreneur, investor, mentor, developer, and engineer, and expert in AI and VR. Founder of Virtual Infocom and Co-Innovate Ventures, a speaker at World Forums, a member of the Startup Ecosystem Advisory Council. And he has 22 million followers. And we had a talk with him, and he will make a speech, and he will give a global review of what is going on globally with innovation, with AI, and in game dev. Dr. Arjit.
Is it okay? And okay in English? Super. I think it is mic because of the translation. Okay. It's fine now? Super.
Good.
I have got 10 minutes, so quickly what I'm going to do, in 2-3 minutes I will reintroduce myself. I started India's one of the first game development company back in 1998, when internet used to be luxury in India, and it used to be Yahoo as a search engine. Google didn't exist that time. So when I started, I had less than $1 in my pocket. That's how I started my entrepreneurial life, and eventually wanted to build a mark. And why gaming? I used to draw comics and characters in my school days when I was in class 6 standard. Eventually, when I started, we sequentially became software development partner for Intel, Microsoft, Nokia, which doesn't exist now, Schlumberger, to name a few of those corporate giants. 2008, after running Virtual Infocom for 10 years, I felt that there are multiple other people like me who never had money in their pocket to start their venture. So why don't I support them and help them? People called me that time as an angel investor, even though I don't have any wings in my back. So I started investing in startups in a very, very small capacity that time as a seed capital, which is almost like around $10,000 to $15,000, 2008 that time. And then eventually we started a venture capital fund based out of US, started investing in revenue stage startups. The fund size grown a little bit of higher, bigger. It became $2.6 billion. Eventually, Government of India, our Prime Minister's office, they said, hey, you guys are doing really awesome. So why don't you become a part of our Startup India policy? So here I am. I became a jury for National Startup India Award, which is run by the ministry, and became Industry 4.0 as one of the member of the council, which are only 5 people. So we create the deep tech policies in country. Eventually, I started traveling the world. Sorry for very fast because I have got only 10 minutes. So I went to South Korea. I started traveling the world, traveled half of the world, started investing in startups, making the policies. Sequentially, one of the royal family from Middle East, they said, Arijit, you are becoming old. Now you are 30. You should be there as an advisor in our council. So I became advisor for the royal family as an innovation and investment director. Eventually, I cracked a bank called Asian Development Bank, if you know that. I became their senior advisor, eventually created multiple different unicorns in my life, around 65 different big size portfolio companies that we have pumped in money. We created technoparks, we created amusement, theme parks, multiple different other activities in health tech, ed tech, agri-tech, of course in gaming, and definitely in AI. I run an amazing activity called I Am Superhero for the kids. I can't see any kids here in this crowd, but then we usually give seed capital to the kids age start with 8 years. And I have got around 172 those crazy kids who started their company, starting age group of 12 to 16. There is a crazy guy recently who got accreditation from Amazon. He's now 17 years old, Yash, who created one of the finest AI algorithm-based software, which is now competing with lot many different other video processing AI units, starting from India. So I will not take a lot of my time. I will give the mic to my friend Kim, if she can ask me multiple different questions within, I don't know how much time I have got.
I'm checking the time. Hi, everyone. He's so modest man, and he's not telling everything about himself, but he's doing a lot of stuff, what you can even imagine. I want to ask about the implementation of the different technologies in the game dev industry. Like what kind of technologies you use, and what is the focus direction?
Sure, that's a beautiful question. I guess we have a theme called artificial intelligence. I'm sure that many of you know that we gaming guys started using AI much more before any industry adopted. But somehow it's so underrated. Number one, we use AI building smart cities. We use AI building, of course, the metahuman. We create IP of celebrities utilizing artificial intelligence and then sell it to the ad companies. There is another structure that we use on blockchain, utilizing blockchain-based methods, bringing the communities together and then making a complete unit of game developers. There are around 700 different other verticals where we work on. Due to time, I can't share all those details. But then, yes, on gaming technology, there is another interesting thing which you can probably explore. If you build a game where we have maybe a digital asset, you can connect that with physical form of asset. Imagine that you have a garments manufacturing company here in Kazakhstan, right? Create a gaming system where within the game, people can pick any kind of garments, and within maybe 50 kilometers range, they can go to a shop, do a scan of a QR code, get a 25 to 20% discount on that dress itself, and you are giving customer to the garment selling houses, I would say, right? That is the biggest thing that you can do In Southeast Asia, people are doing it. It's super successful, even though we were too early for the market. But then there is a huge number of possibility that you can use it. How you can use AI over there? Understand the customer avatar. I'm making it short. For an example, some person is very keen to maybe manga art or anime. You can get it from their social media, how they think, react, and act, utilizing a very simple AI tool. Integrate that inside your game. It gives you a complete understanding how they buy, what kind of price methods that they have. Go to a store, and then eventually you're converting a normal user to a customer. And you can always charge it to the store itself and top it up. The crux is what is your, it's called CAC, meaning your exact understanding of buying power of your customer, you can say. And then you can top it up on the top of it, like around 2 to 5%. Go for volume. Usually any game that we usually build, like all of you, I'm sure I'm talking to the game developers, I'm sure you've got 1 million to 5 million downloads. Use that method. If you crack 10% of your users, you'll make another method of making money. And if you need more information, like how you can create an IP and sell it and maybe go to a corporate, we run a corporate open innovation model. It's around $40 billion funded method that we have. Feel free to connect. I'll be happy to help in any way, free of cost. I don't charge for this.
Okay, here I have a question. How the Kazakhstani startups and the game dev companies can find the opportunity in India, and are they open for the Kazakhstani people?
Warm welcome, like this.
Good.
Okay, Kazakhstan, what I understand as a market, is booming like anything. It's going to be probably the biggest unicorn producing country from Central Asia, as per my understanding goes. If I look at these 3 different countries, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and Azerbaijan, you guys can create a big ecosystem and then probably explore the other part of the world. Only thing that you need to do is understanding the localization method. Example, if you are entering in India, our culture is a little bit of different than yours. So your characterization model may not work there, right? If you are entering in Japan or Taiwan or China, color balance works differently. The characterization methods works differently. But then yes, if you have a foreign game, if you want to enter there, we have a program which we run, supported by the ministry, called Khelo India, Khelo, Khelo India, run by my good friend and me. There are esports competition that we do. Feel free to connect with us. We'll be happy to give you the entry point. Not a problem. In Middle East, any country that you pick and choose, we can give you access. In US or Australia, any country, any place, any small, big, large ecosystem, feel free to reach to us. I think I'm overshooting time.
Yes, we have one more question for you. As you've chosen, like you said, these 2 countries, as the Kazakhstan and the India for the launch. With the India, I understand why you choose the Kazakhstan. That's the final question, I think. But it's a hard question.
Okay, you need to understand I'm sweating because I love cold. So this country gives me a little bit of chilling temperature outside. That's number 1. Number 2, on a serious note, if I look at your innovation and the way you guys are thinking, there is a small gap, which is like how you can present yourself in the market. But on the opposite side, if I look at the innovation and the technology that you guys are making, sitting in a Central Asia, I felt there is a big opportunity wherein we can take the local companies to global. That's one of the reasons, because of innovation and the kind of heart you guys have got. And Indians are like this. We always warmly welcome foreigners. Same thing I got here in this country. So allow me 30 seconds to tell something. Okay, my first day was day before yesterday. I was in a cab, and I only have cash. My card was not working here because there's some gap in the telco system, which is not allowing the foreigner cards to pay. So I wanted to pay the taxi. I took a taxi for, I think, 2,500 or something like that, right? I gave him the note. He said, I don't have cash, and he doesn't speak English. Then he said, I understood that. He wanted to tell me, don't pay me, I'm okay. I had a free ride. Man, where I got a get these kind of free ride because the guy understood I don't have other card, other methods. I'm paying him by cash. He don't have probably the small money, the change. But he gave me a free ride. Totally I'm touched.
Welcome to Kazakhstan. Good. Thank you very much.
It's our hospitality. Спасибо большое. Итак,
Thank you very much. And now we move on to our next part, the panel session. I would like to invite our panelists. This panel will talk about AI in game dev. Artyom Slisarenko, Rino Tails, Irakli Petrov, Mytona, Елизавета Морозова, Solid Rocks, Vladimir Barinov, CEO Vardix Group, Adilkhan Tasimov, O Games, Akmal Salihov, Is Games.
мешаем.
I guess everyone found a seat. So when you'll be talking, please make sure you push the button and switch it off when you don't talk. We have a great team, great community from different industries. So there is a following format. Would just like to ask you to do a short introduction, quickly, just from left to right. Akmal, from Tashkent, Uzbekistan. It's warm. Rajit would like it better. It's plus 20 today. East Games. It's a large gaming studio in Uzbekistan. I'm a development director down there, but in game dev, I've been there for 15 years. Started the first game studio in 2009. Probably one of the first gaming studio in Central Asia. We have a community. We are like I hold an incubator that I've been holding 6 years. I try to put community together by giving them Xboxes so they don't flee away. So this is the lifestyle. World of Tanks. Do you know that game? Or Blitz tanks, ships, battleships. So the ship produced in Tashkent. We have 100 people. Not all type of ships. We don't have. We're a landlocked country. We don't have ship navigation though, but some part of content we do in Tashkent. A relatively large amount of work. It's not the entire product though. It's a long-term outsourcing that we just share. We just upload it, but not the entire content. It's like an admiral. It's like a navy admiral. I visited them. So greetings everyone. My name is Artyom Slisarenko. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm in game dev for 8 years. The first project we did was an interactive movie. The second project that took us 6 years is step-by-step tactics. It's a small RPG for 40 hours of content. 30 people in our studio. Hopefully it will be launched next year. We will exit either to the window or we will publish a release. I'm kidding. I come from Karaganda. He is very modest, but let me add more information for your context. So, in terms of interactive movie, who knows what is interactive movie? Do you know what it is? And who did you sell it to? I guess everyone needs an exploration. Interactive movie is what you're watching and where you can make a selection, and you can basically drive the scenario. We couldn't gather money for a big project. We did an MVP, but it still worked. It's an hour and a half content. We spent $250,000. We earned around 600,000. We sent rights to Tencent for 3 years in China. We got published on all platforms. We were the first to sign a contract with Sony PlayStation. I guess we were torturing them, but finally we signed a contract, and we're doing pace tech on weekends. Let me just quickly add, it's about funding game dev. Artyom is not making money on game dev, but he's investing in game dev. But until the moment it flies, and yeah. Irakli, over to you. Irakli Petrov. My name is Irakli. I come from Mytona company. We make mobile games. We are focused on hidden object and time management. We are based in Singapore. We have a lot of guys from Thailand, from Kazakhstan. I come personally from Kazakhstan. I'm a game producer, worked on Riddleside, Ravenhill, Chef and Friends, and so on. Just like my colleague, 8 years in the industry. Yeah, thank you. Lisa. Yes, I have a sore throat. My name is Lisa. I've been a little over 11 years in game dev. I played Warcraft for around 12 years. When I had an idea, I was around 24. I decided not to only play but also work on Warcraft. And my long journey went through Fortnite, Devil May Cry, some projects that were announced, such as Ubisoft, and that's when I came to Warcraft. And this April I left it, and it was the best decision in my life. Over these 11 years, I learned how many difficulties there are, not only in AAA but in games overall. One of them is linguistic and localization. So ChatGPT cannot do that for you, frankly speaking. And we have a project, Solid Rock, as part of accelerating at Astana Hub, called AIpreneurs. We won it. We got soft comment from Astana Venture Fund. And we have validated the market. Unfortunately, the market of video games is too small. We became the second in Hangzhou in a startup battle, and in October we go to Guangzhou. That's where the global competition will take place. And yeah, let's develop Kazakhstan and our market. We're a center of gravity. We are going to be based in China for a while, but we will be definitely supporting our Kazakh games. Yeah, I was struggling with the buttons. Sorry about that. I don't know what to say about myself. You guys are all impressive. So many achievements. I'm a free diver. I can hold my breath for 5 minutes underwater. I'm not the best designer, though I've been working 36 years in graphic designer, 20 years in coding. I'm just a funny man, you know. I work in a group of companies, founder of around 5 companies, 500 projects, not very well known, not widely known in Kazakhstan, though I come from Almaty, but we do projects for the world market. The main competence is AI, simulators. We're not from gaming industry. We're using gaming industries for commercial products. In the industry, we have medical dimension, we have industrial education, we have school education, plenty of projects, and yeah, I'm trying to coordinate it, to put it together so that it works well. You know, I welcome everyone, and thanks for inviting. Thanks for having me. Adil Khan. I'm representing games company over here today. I'm an operational director and a producer, and also HR sometimes. We are developing one of the flagship projects. It's car parking multiplayer with more than 100 million downloads at Android and iOS. A year ago, we did our second release, more refined, with around 10 million downloads. And we have around 5 projects in our studio. That's about it. Have anyone played car parking? What's your headquarters? We're based in Astana, just across from Nazarbayev University, across the road. We have a large office, 60 plus people. Yeah, thank you so much. Now, the speakers have done a round of introduction. I think you're all interested to learn what are the trends these days around the world and how they determine the development of game dev. We discussed it with Elisa and Almaty. Game dev is gold, and there are others who are selling shovels, to dig this gold. This is game tech. So game tech and game dev, what is happening around the industry with the deep penetration of AI? Is anyone ready to start? I'm looking at Artyom. He just flew from a global meeting in Cologne in Germany. They are holding Gamescom annually. He gave me a call. He says, "Wow, everyone is raving." So much going on down there, and will be interesting to hear from Artyom. I was willing to share this joke. We came together, but now I think we all can go home based on the latest data. Sora is started making games. In our producers chat, we were discussing that, and first we were all worried that they wouldn't do it in game design, and they started experimenting, and it did beautifully everything at the level of middle plus game designer level, how to make a game better, and everything. So all in all, it's absolutely fine. But speaking of trends, XI announced that they will go into game development. Tencent in Gamescom in Köln, they shared these features. They give some features of instruments, 3DAS, design, and everything. It's a platform that would be doing all that. And the third is Sora, right? To mention, it's about the last 2 weeks. That's in a nutshell. Regarding the trends, as far as I can tell, free-to-play is dying out, all these concards and everything. I think game of AAA studio, multiplayer stories and everything, all the latest experiments and releases, they were all loss-making, everything, nearly all the releases. India is continue wiping everyone out, and every year we see more and more solo 2-3 mini lords, and I mean there are multiple cases what they're doing, what kind of excellent job they do. In terms of ROI, yeah, India is doing great job, and they're not doing free to play. India is absolutely premium product, and yeah, they're doing good job and money. I'm scared about the quantum part. Maybe some of you are using ChatGPT, but I would suggest to look at Cloud AI. It's created by Dario Made, who left OpenAI 5 years ago. That was absolutely best time, and he's the best coder in the world. I don't know what Musk is saying. I didn't test GOG, but Cloud AI is really scary in terms of quality of coding. They have CLI. You can add cloud inside your development. 2 years ago, I bet against Unity. I thought they failed. They runtime phase. Those of you who don't know, Unity is fighting deprecational. So we know this shovel of games that they making a game every 2 weeks, and Unity started worrying about that. And they took a huge reputational blow, but many saved Unity. But the best data set on Stack Overflow Unity is HR, because the largest share of development is TC#. I think the clothes and instruments will bring back Unity into trend, because for whiteboarding there is no better language, there's no better engine, because on the real engine it's hard to wipe code. But with Unity, I using Unity and my wipe coding. It's really scary for me as a non-IT coder. It's certainly a great feature, but for large studios, I see your round eyes getting bigger, white coding Unity, and then you will code it. Regarding Claude, I'm not a developer myself. I don't have the skills, but over just in 1 week for our production company, I wrote CRM system that we need with all the features I wanted. I would spend around 70 million with regular developers, and it would take me a year. I just spent $150 for tokens, you know, on weekdays, on weekends, and on weekdays for a couple hours, you know, and that's it. And it's been tested just in 1 week time. It's unbelievable, inconceivable. Yeah. That's what the founders are doing on weekends. Now we know. Now, distinguished speakers, would anyone like to add anything? Let me just add quick remark. Speaking of the market itself, how many people we have in the world? 8 something billions, right? And 4 billion players, gamers will have by 2030. It's nearly half the globe, right? It's going to be our market. Just very recently, I had a look. As of September 2025, all games put together gave the revenue of $188 billion, right? Combined. 55% of them it's mobile, because mobile is growing, mobile games share is growing. Speaking of trends, what are the three trends that I see? They mostly relate to mobile. First of all, it's AI, right, around the globe, in art, in code and everything. King could be a good case. I think you all know it. Candy Crush, right? They generate with the help of AI. There was a scandal that they sacked all game designers, but this were just rumors, I suppose. Supercell, such a great game, Flash Royale, and they introduced matchmaking and everything. In the past, we would just look at the ranking and put into one match, and now AI is doing all that, and it's got a lot more fair. And the balance card, they do it with AI a lot quicker than human being, 1,000 times quicker, balancing all that. So this is the first trend that I see, that AI is going to be everywhere. And the third trend, meta universe is set to develop further. So at Roblox and Minecraft, it will not end. People will all go for it, because people are not just playing games, but they are nearly living. They socialize in games. They do something together, and user neglect content will be a really strong trend, such as this game of Cult of Warcraft has shown us that they want to. So meta universe with user generated content is the next trend. For the oldies, those of you who played Warcraft 3 Frozen Throne, you remember there was a map editor where you could edit your map by yourself. People would stay there for hours. Imagine this could be in online mode back in those days. That would be an absolute shock. The third trend that I see, it will be there, that games should be a service. Regular updates, regular content, regular competitions, battle passes, and so on. Every update should include some new content and should not end, right? Shouldn't end because they generate the highest revenue. Why is that? Because gamers are stay there for years, not just like they bought, went through it and left. No, they do monthly transactions and they stay with the game, like Genshin and Clash Royale. They have new fighters, new seasons, Fortnite Wizards, and so on. Yeah, regarding meta universe, Fortnite has outgrown a shooter. They went beyond just being a shooter. It's a meta universe with rappers, concert, and so on, and fashion. It's collaboration with Marvel. It's not just a shooter. It's something more than that. Yeah, that's all I had to say. Lisa, thank you for mentioning Fortnite. One of my latest projects was Fortnite. We collaborated with Metallica. That was absolutely awesome experience.
So what I can say about AI and video games and the whole development area. Together with AI, there is another trend that it will replace us developers. So let's be honest with ourselves. Automation, that means technological progress, and probably we will be replaced. Yes, some of the guys have said that Indie Plus is developer number one. But indie developers, you look how many games they produce. They use neural networks. They don't hire freelancers, so they don't buy offsets. They just generate something in tokens very cheaply. And recently they have tested soft. Are you familiar with the terminology? Okay, great. As for meta universe, so that is the future. My personal impression is that what the future will be all about. Community is the future. Why we need to get together. Community means power, meta universe, and meta VR. And the juncture of these three things, there is a game called VR Chat. Has anybody played that game? Yeah. Great, cool. So Meta Universe and VR. You can play this game without goggles, so you can play it from a laptop, but for full immersion, you need to buy those goggles or rent them because they're cheap. And the meta universe that you can build in VR space, that is the future, because even now, huge communities, especially anime, the anime community in VR is huge. Zuckerberg is trying to develop a meta universe. He didn't get good results. Why? Because they had a small team of 5 developers. They completely destroyed Zuckerberg VR. So consumer demand shows that it's much better for consumers to have a community without limits. And that's why that team of 5 developers won against Zuckerberg. Are we going to be replaced? Yes, let's be honest with ourselves. Automation is the future. There are many areas where everything is being done by hand. So I will not be disclosing any inside information, but what Blizzard publishes, the King actually is a subsidiary of Blizzard, and that's why they were bought, because Warcraft doesn't cost anything. You can actually go to the official website. And on Blizzard, in terms of careers, they are looking for ML engineers, even though before that, Blizzard positioned itself as somebody that did everything by hand. That's why, of course, the price of developing is going down. Everything is automated, and people are getting hired. People are getting the axe left and right. So meta-universe and automation in VR. It's like, elevators. When elevators were invented, people were afraid of them as well. But AI is not elevators. Elevators never increase productivity by a factor of 1,000. Those ML engineers actually would make it so that Blizzard would never need other engineers. So maybe I am a doomer here, but yes, I understand, but people get used to anything. The case of Cursor, so everybody knows about Cursor now. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that Cursor now, their market cap is 20 billion. Headcount is 100 times less than Meta, Facebook, basically, at the same. So market cap is the same, but headcount is 100 times less compared to Facebook at the same stage. So nobody is talking about this, but in reality, when people say that 10,000 AI developers will appear, but 1 million jobs will disappear from IT for those 10,000 AI engineers. Yes, for AI engineers, definitely will be demand. But for each AI engineer, how many thousands other jobs will disappear, nobody knows about that, because that is still considered taboo. That's a good example. Yes, a lot has disappeared, but there is a new specialty called a product engineer. So people had some problems with ChatGPT 3, and when everybody understood that everything had to be written up well and detailed well, a new profession appeared because of that. And yes, we will have automation, we will be firing people because that's inevitable, that's the technological progress. But at the same time, new specialty will be appearing, so keep your fingers on the pulse of the job situation, of the job market, to stay relevant. Actually, I can talk for hours and hours on end on this, but I will just say a couple of words instead. If I go and talk about trends here, so I guess there is no place on the market for us, because the tools that are available, they allow us to wake up and look at the trends. If you don't look at the trends, goodbye, you are out. Why this happens? Because right now the economics is now involved, AI, and why it's attracting so much money. Because AI enables you to get economic efficiency here and now. If you listen very carefully to what was said by speakers on the right, the production people, CRM system that used to cost 50 million. Yes, you can actually write it in a month, total CRM system without losing money on contracts with outside developers, etc., etc. So now businesses can derive a huge economic efficiency, and in that economic efficiency, the human factor is not as important. People who are right now saying that we are designers and we are artists and nothing will happen here, or we are coders and nothing will happen to us. No, they will be replaced. And people who the money, they say, well, why I have to pay to a human for 100 if I can spend 10 on AI and get the same result. And in India, game development is booming, because human labor is cheap, but now with AI, 3 people can do what 300 people couldn't do back in the day. So we cannot influence here the market. We don't want to spend money. We want the results, cheap results here and now. Time to market is 3 months, and it is shrinking. If you don't come to the market with a new product every 3 months, you are out. Every 3 months, you are out. That's why you have to look around. You have to spend on AI more and more. But I am not afraid. I am a free diver. I will have more time for free diving, because what took me months and months and years, so you just cannot imagine how difficult it is to manage a large company. But now it's much easier, because now I have more free time, now I have more leisure time. It's great for me. But what I feel And that feeling is strongest. Businesses, people with money, they are taking off, and we're seeing this divergence. Look at who is spending money on some kind of AI subscription. Please, by show of hands, $20, $20, $100, $200 for any AI subscription. So yes, I'm looking at you. Because for AI subscription, I spent about 600 and 1,000 for tokens. And please keep your hands up, because these are managers. Because right now with AI, they can get a tool and spend money to get result. And these people are in a bubble, and they're taking off, and they're diverging from everybody else. They are up while everybody is down, and they will be the winners, but everybody else will be the losers. And many people are afraid of that divergence, but at the same time, yes, you have to be careful as not to be trampled on by those horses. So you have to saddle one of those horses and take off with AI. You have to spend on AI right now. Time is of the essence, because there won't be another opportunity for you to get advantage, to get ahead of the curve. At a conference, you will never be able to catch a trend, just like it used to be before. You catch a trend, you get trained, and in 2 years later you'll monetize it. That's not the paradigm anymore. Now you have to wake up and to look at trends, because this afternoon somebody will occupy that niche. Everything is fast, but I'm not afraid of that. I will be with the winner in this situation. So you can take advantage of that. You can set out your sail, and you can catch the wave instead of being drowned by that wave. Thank you very much. So can I say a couple of words as well? I'm in the same mood as Barina Vladimir. AI is, of course, wow. But I can say that several specialists in our team, several experts in our team, there is some kind of barrier. I don't want to use AI. I'm better. I'm human. But at the end of the day, technology is developing. What a month ago was impossible now is very possible. That's why everybody who is starting out in this profession just to use AI as much as possible, because the future belongs to AI. Because of what we used to do 1 year ago, in terms of production, 20-30% of that can be done faster. And in terms of 3D content, we can create templates very fast without spending money on conceptors and on artists. Conceptors as a profession has disappeared, so it's better to use this technology. As for automation, the case of automation, Supper is very much automated. We get about 50 emails on Gmail with questions about games and bugs. 1,000 emails are impossible to answer. Just to give a meaningful answer, it's impossible, because to do that you will need a lot of money. We've trained our AI just as the way we reply, and our AI analyzes and not just replies, but also gives us feedback, what kind of complaints users have about our game. So we, at the end of the day, we get sort of like a gist of what people complain about and what people don't like about our game. At the end of every day, that's what we get from AI. And not to use AI for that purpose, that is a big mistake. That is a huge mistake. At least for this, you need to use AI, and that is just one example. Thank you very much, Adilkhan. And a question for everybody. Do you already have an AI department or somebody with an AI in the job title? Yes, actually. Yes, we do. I'm not joking. Yes. What is it called? People who drink coffee with me know what it's called, because we're all artists. Pink hair and rings, etc., etc. So we have some kind of deviation from what is considered standard, and we've monetized that deviation successfully. So it's better to keep some information to yourself. But in nature, again, I'm being serious. We try to create something, and there was the same roadblock people with skills, and what is written is that the class is not described correctly. But just close your eyes, and it is working. No, 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 no. And actually, it's better to build a whole system on AI instead of using humans. So that's my experience. Sometimes people are roadblocks. People sometimes you get a lot of inertia from people, and that is an unfortunate reality. That AI does the same tasks, not just faster, not just cheaper, but also better, and with less headache. Because you cannot rely on humans. Humans do not react fast, unfortunately. As for AI departments, that is a big problem. If you're a small startup and you only have 3 people, that's not a problem. Everybody is AI. And Dario Amadei used to say that once said that the big problem is big companies because AI adoption rate in big companies is very slow because they have a lot of legacy. Nobody is going to use AI to replace something that's been working for 15 years. And actually his advice, and I agree with his advice, and that's what I would like to propose to our people. Actually, if you have a big company, just create a spin-off a company, an AI company for a particular project, because startups are easy. If they go bust, that's it. You won't lose anything. But something that has been generating money for 10 years or for 20 years, move it on to AI. That's too risky. But you can spin off a startup and use AI and then replace your legacy departments with that. But yes, the larger your company is, the more important is to spin off startups, AI startups. And I would like also to say that AI, your code can be stolen, that you didn't apply for patent protection. I forgot the word patent, but the architecture that you're going to build, or that you've already built, or that you have plans to build, my advice: apply for patent protection right away, because the code and the idea don't cost anything, and stealing that is not a problem. But if you try to get patent protection for your idea, because a code, if it's stolen, just changing 2 lines will mean that they will get a waiver from patent protection. They say, well, we've adopted it. So that's why my advice: patent your idea, describe your idea very carefully in minutia, so that the idea will be difficult to steal, because an idea is very difficult to change compared to a code. And we use AI architecture. We have LLM engineers and AI specialists who deal with that. And every stage where we change our AI architecture, we apply for patent protection. So, 2 lines of code, and immediately we generate and we apply for patent protection from Kaspatent. So don't forget about that. The legal side of AI, actually, that is lagging behind because unfortunately there is no solution that can do it for you automatically. So we're waiting for that. So now let's move on to questions from the audience. I will give you a microphone, just 2 or 3 questions, and then we'll begin our next panel session. Don't forget to introduce yourself. My name is Daurian. I am a backend developer for C#. I have this question for you. What can you do with AI? How can you simplify it from the point of view AI will replace it? I'm not sure about that, that it will replace us because I use some AI. So yes, maybe it can give you 20-30% boost, but you definitely need to validate everything after AI. But how can you use AI for game dev, for example? Where? How? And I think colleagues will probably correct me, but pretty much everywhere. But indie games, they cost 10 bucks. Not multiplayer. So you're a full stack developer, not a back or front, but a full stack developer, just in one person. And for you, the most important thing, the most expensive thing is game development document. So right now in Claude, for example, I have a thread. So I have a GDD project where I upload the database for the mechanics of my game, because I have a separate project called Game Design Document of my game, where I upload my whole knowledge base, and then that GDD talks with everything that I have in my game, and it creates all scripts, not just the scripts, but the architecture of scripts, so to speak. And then Claude describes it, and then so you have a foundation, a game design document of the architecture of your game, so to speak. And that was very expensive to do. I used to have 3 people who did that, but now it's all done by AI. It's basically a chat functionality. As for AI not replacing program developers, but yes, I understand, because you have this cognitive dissonance compared to reality. But just look at the progress a year ago. Everybody was saying content limit, 50,000 tokens. But right now, Claude has a 1 million content limit. So 1 million, that's actually a huge enterprise thing. 1 million words.
It's a great good base. I don't think it's gonna replace program developers. Let me just quickly add one remark. Akmal, Elizaveta will be speaking separately a bit later today. We'll also have a Telegram with the QR with all the speakers, right? I sent you contacts of Dr. Jitas from India, sent them your questions, and the person has digitized himself in cloud, 60,000 lines of code. So he's making his digital copy of the chatbot. So my other organizers are pushing me to leave. The next panel is coming, so let's stay in touch in Telegram. There is a QR at the exit of this particular group. So try to approach them. And a group photo, yes. Let's slowly begin so that you know who is presenting and the one who joins us later. I'm saying let's do a short introduction. My name is Malika. I'm the main coordinator GCA. I introduced myself earlier, but for the new participants, it's a big community about game development, cybersport, comics, animation, and art. A little bit of background. I train game development. I have a small team on game development. We worked on game development. I worked in different companies so that we could create our infrastructure, and I worked in university education so that we could understand how our background can help this. Lev, over to you. Greetings everyone, my name is Lev and I'm the founder of Omnium company. We are in game dev in Kazakhstan and in Astana. We are aimed at educational process. We're introducing game dev at universities, at schools, at colleges, and we're also developing games and building infrastructure, including social network for game dev community. Thank you. Greetings everyone. My name is Gabit. I am a co-founder of LNG, and we are currently developing a game. We are helping our young specialists to undergo training on development of high-quality games. Though many of our specialists are not having such opportunity, we are giving them this opportunity. I'm a developer myself. Besides games, I also develop various mobile apps, websites, and so on. Besides our game, we launched a mobile app. It's a cashback service. Yeah. That's it I had to say. I just cannot hear the speaker, or he's not using the mic. Cannot hear the speaker, he's not using the mic. Greetings, my name is Almas, and I'm a founder of Cyber Temple. Our primary project is Dark Switch. It's a horror environment simulator. And my name is Akbarov Almas once again. Yeah. Let's launch the misa. My name is Sergey. It's gonna be much better. I'm working as an art director at Lipsar. I'm developing such project that is called Sparta 2035. I come from Pavlodar. I've been 19 years in game dev. That's all my accomplishments. And let's move to the primary question. How to build games, what to start with if you're just beginning your path in games. Who is it for? Is it to me? If you're far away from games or what? Context does matter here, because if you're just beginning, you played some games and you want to develop it, the best boost is to go and to learn it. If you know something, then practice is going to be decisive. For a developer, the more experience you have, the better. That's obvious. Even if we speak about those guys who know how to develop games. Anyway, it's gonna sound as if I'm trying to sell something. I'm trying to sell educational purpose, but it's important to systematize your knowledge, make it systemic. That's why we came to educational area, to build a large knowledge base, and so that the expertise that is related to games was not lost somewhere in the chat and telegrams or elsewhere, but it was stored, it was accumulated and stored somewhere. So that's why educational courses is an important part that can give you a quick understanding of a game dev, because game dev has a lot of things and nuances and subtleties that you need to know. And unfortunately, if you don't develop or you don't play in game dev, then this clear information, clear things cannot be taken easily. You just get it from production better than elsewhere, and you get the insight how it works. A lot of people are not associated with game dev. Let's explain what is indie games and how is it different from any other games. Let me switch on the mic. Could you, how is indie game different from non-indie game, right? It's my favorite question, you know. Let's try to explain what is indie game. Is the game that has no producer, right? It happened in 2007, 2009. You couldn't upload it on Steam. Do we have people from game dev? Okay, we give a round of applause. That's great and awesome. One TV Blizzard is selling bundles. It's besides Call of Duty, a lot of some unknown projects, because they were just publisher, and that's how the term came around. And then Steam Greenlight came around as well. Indie developer these days, as a term, is really blurred. It's thought to be some small games. It looks like indie. So we have 30 people. We don't have a publisher. We don't have funding and so on. We're kind of indie developer as well. There was this game some time ago that the largest indie team is Wargaming, a company with more than 4,000 people working there. Maybe I sound boring, you know, but indie games, non-indie games, it's hard to answer this question. What is indie? How to stop making small games and start making big games? Go to a company, you'll be making big games. First, you need to learn to gain some experience. Yeah, let me take this further. I would like address this question to Ilya. Yeah, one of the most successful companies. At what point you thought you were indie game? How did you came to this success? Because most indie companies are just beginners that are willing to get to this success. What point was the most decisive and pivotal? It's going to take a long time to explain, because it was a long journey. We were mobile app developers, didn't know how it all works. And when we started publishing our first games back in those days, Google Play would give a lot of organic installations, and we would publish 3 games a day. Every day, it was a proper conveyor, 3 games a day. We were making money and showing a lot of ads. And game people would play a game one day as maximum, but we have a huge number of these games, and we would get a lot of money out of it, and we accumulated some budget to start building something new and something decent, you know, something fine. In 2010, we issued our own high-quality product that became really popular, and it has around 100 million installations. But you cannot repeat this journey. Google has restrained organic traffic, you know, and the only path on mobile is to go through marketing, and marketing is pretty expensive these days. What would I suggest to developers? How they can start is by making small games, mobile, web games. There's some money on web, even in Yandex game. As long as the game remains small, you can make it quick and get your first experience quickly, and then you can either go to web on your own. Web is giving you initial traffic. I even know some ruble millionaires that are making Yandex games for Yandex games, and are making some decent money. If you're going for mobile, then you need to go to the publisher, because marketing is expensive and you need to allocate a lot of cash, and it's not going to fly too easy. So small games, mobile web, and you can get some first profit, I suppose. Thank you for your answer. Now I have a question for Oljas and Gabit. You have a game. What is the main difficulty that you encounter, and what was your step to switch to a new pathway? Maybe you have alternative routes to develop games and to go more for commercial success. The path is a little bit different. We were somewhat lucky. We started game development as an idea. We decided to build a decent quality Kazakhstani game that will use state-of-the-art technologies. On top of that, we had a decent team who had experience in developing graphic games or VR games. We had a small team that we put together, and we combined a small trailer of the game. And after the launch of the trailer, in fact, we got more than 60 requests from the editor that would like to publish a game and would like to fund further refinement. We were lucky that our trailer earned a lot of hype, plus some short videos in TikTok, Instagram, and it really resonated with foreign audience. And in fact, we're currently choosing the right publisher. We're choosing between Focus Entertainment and Kepler. And before the end of the year, we will sign a contract, since release is planned for December next year. We still have 1 year of active development. As for being successful or not, it will depend on the actual performance. Well, anyway, it's a great deal of success. We come from fintech ourselves, our core team, and is really known by Paybox. It's around 7 years, one of the largest projects in Central Asia in terms of fintech. And yeah, having finished this one and selling this one, we decided to open our studio. We've done a long journey, around 3 years, and we chose a Steam for ourselves. We did a mobile game at the beginning, made a lot of mistakes, and then decided to go for Steam because the business model looked more interesting in terms of the benefits and the outcomes. Well, to start with, I would suggest to begin with market analysis. I interact a lot with indie, and the kids oftentimes don't understand what the market consists of. There's consoles, web, mobile. Well, what is business model for each of them? You need to change some of those, and then focus on the genre of the game. I agree that you need to start small. When you start small, like Flappy Bird or Pac-Man, try to do it yourself, and you would see that besides the development itself, there are a lot of other additional elements and hidden features, such as level design, music, visual, and everything put it together. When you go for a big project, you just may run out of your stamina, and but if you go small, like Flappy Bird, try to do it yourself. All this dinosaur that is jumping around when you're loading a page in Google, and it takes a while, and you would realize some of the key components, and then you just need to scale it up. As for us, we're about to do our release. We planning to go for release in spring next year, Dark Switch. If you like playing this, it's a vertical simulator, urban development simulator. You might like it. The main difficulty was in this transition, to realize when you have done some important milestones, prototype, market snapshot, market fit, and then you go for production. That was the most difficult part. Thank you for your replies. Let me summarize. And there were a few ways to reach commercial success. With the primary advice is like
So it's better in principle to do something, maybe something small, but you need to begin somewhere and then move on to something bigger. Maybe you can publish something with your own inside resources, but there are ways to do something small even now. But a similar question, I would like to address that question to everyone, to all the panelists. Please give us a short answer. The main problem of indie developers, if they're not students, they work somewhere else. How can you combine being a game developer and working somewhere else for money? How can you resolve this issue? Because some people, the way games are developed, we develop a game and then we get paid for it. What is an alternative? How can you work not for free, so to speak, or there is no other way around it? That is my question. I hope you understood. That is difficult to answer. And because that's part and parcel of these questions, it's difficult to give a two-sentence answer. It's a very long and difficult pipeline. If you build a game, the cycle of development is long and it's difficult. A similar marketing cycle as difficult and as challenging. That's why most investors don't invest in games. So that is a big problem because game development takes a lot of resources. I cannot give you a two-sentence answer. Again, we have man hours. If you work alone, you have to spend time on some kind of game. So everything hinges on your idea, how difficult it is, so just a vertical cross-section, some kind of small prototype, playable prototype. And that takes a lot of time. If you also have to work somewhere else for money, then you have to spend at least 8 hours a day at your main job and just it's a simple math how much time you can spend on the development of your own game. So if you're doing it alone, and if you're trying to combine it with a paid job, then realistically, I would say a year. But that we're talking about being disciplined and working, putting in at least 8 hours for your game every day. If it's a team, then that is much more realistic, and then you combine their man hours into some kind of tangible result, and of course that makes it much faster. But combining game development with another job, but then you need to find a job in an indie developer instead of just a big company, and then you can successfully combine your game development with a paid job somewhere else. Excellent. Next. I guess it depends on so everybody has a lot of experience, but in terms of game development, that's our first project. Yes, nobody wants to spend money on game development because game development is a lottery. It's not enough just to develop a game, but selling it is a totally different proposition. I can talk about our game. Our partner is Maxim Pogorelov. He was very enthusiastic about this idea. He sold his apartment just to have something to live on to develop our game because that's how much he believed in it. As for the people that we have on our payroll, yes, we don't have a lot of people who just for the experience sake can take part in the development of a game without getting paid. So yes, we lucked out. Also, we received some additional funding from Astana Hub that gave us a little bit of money to live on while we're developing our game. So that's our experience. Sergey? So I will be the bad cop here, if I may. And I asked this question, how to become a game developer? And I understand this. You know, I have a family, but I wanted to become an IT guy because I like your job. And, you know, I like it very much when people say, well, you're so lucky. You, you know, when 19 years ago, when I told people 19 years ago that I was developing games, I was called a effing fool. I lived in Pavlodar, so there were no IT people in my posse, and so how to get into IT and game dev, etc. I guess I can't use expletives here. There is a simple word. Uh, to say how much to work. It starts with an E and then a B and an SH, etc. So if you're students, you have a lot of effing time. Just believe you me, an old man. You think you have exams, etc. You have so much free time that you would never have. Later, you won't have any. Now you have a lot of free time. Now you can spend it on IT. If you're not a student, if you have kids and a family, then there is another expletive that starts with an E. But everything is in your hands. If you want to change your life, if you want to have a job that you will be happy to go to, that you will live at the end of the day with a smile on your face. For the most part in my life, no extremism, but when I was going to school, to college, to university for jobs, you know, you go to work on Monday on a crowded bus. And there was this idea in my hand. I hope my office burns down so I don't have to go for work. Now that I work in game dev, I've never had such thoughts. I go to work like it's a holiday. There are difficulties, there are challenges, but it's a job that gives me pleasure. Uh, People who understand you, the intellectual level of development will be much higher compared to somewhere else. So you won't have to deal with stupid clients. Nobody will be yelling at you. If in a game dev studio somebody is yelling at you, then you need to find another one. But what is the idea? If you want, again, it will never be easier. Well, if you think when I retire at 70 or whatever your retirement age is in this country, but you will never do effing nothing in at that age. There have been cases where people after 30 spent a year and became a game developer. One person spent a year, and that person had to start from scratch. That person dealt with a freight transport. He was a forwarder. Um, he spent a year and he became a game developer. I hired him, and he was poached from me after 4 months by Trace. And you know, Trace is a big company. So that's an example. So yes, if you are consistent, you can become a game developer in a year. But that's only with a lot of effort and a lot of dedication and a lot of discipline. Thank you very much, Ilya. Going back to the question how guys can do their projects in terms of pay job and how to combine that. When I was working as a game designer, at that time I was already putting together a team on enthusiasm alone. And Sergey, the previous speaker, noticed that yes, you need to work a lot. So what was my schedule? At 8 a.m. I was at work, and then you go back home, and then you spend 3 or 4 hours on your game. On your days off, you work on your game, and you have to do it every day. If you don't do it every day, then you will never be successful. And what's most important, what I see in young game developers, well, if it's a game, I'll build it in 3 weeks, and that's a classic mistake. And you will make that mistake. Don't worry, because you will never evaluate what are the time requirements for a game. You do it the way you can, but then multiply it by a factor of 5 or 6. If you are happy with that time frame after that multiplication, then you can do it. If you think it will take a week, actually it will take 6 weeks. In a month, in your opinion, it will take 6 months. In my case, when I was working in game design and I was studying coding, and we worked with an artist, I worked with an artist. So what was the idea? You tap on the screen, then a duck appears on the screen, and then you tap on it, you get a bubble, and then from the bubble you get different things, and you can trade them as clothes for your duck. So we thought it would take us 1 month to develop this game. It took us 8 months, so we can't really estimate how much time it will take to develop a game. And now that I am a studio head, that's what I do. When people come to me and say, well, we will build it in a month, I always multiply it by 5 or 6. Yes, we take a dump, take a shit, to translate verbatim, on any kind of schedules. So we exceed them by a factor of 5 to 6 at least. So talking about students, so on YouTube there is a large number of videos how to develop a simple platform, how to build a simple platform or RPG. RPG is much more difficult. So by doing this very simple project, that will give you some practical understanding, some practical glimpse into what it takes to build a game. So I would recommend to start as a hobby. So you need to love it, because when you love it, then you will spend less energy on this. But you will need to spend a lot of energy on game development. Believe you me. So if you hire somebody, then the scenario again, you have to treat it as a hobby. So 2 or 3 days, if you work at a different job that pays for your living, so you don't need to think about full production, because that's the next stage. At this stage, you need to build a prototype so that we can give a prototype to somebody else and then beta test it with your friends, etc., etc. Don't try to do everything at once. Yes, you can. There are cases such as Monolords, for example, or Team Cherry was a big team with Hollow Knights, for example. There were 3 developers, but there have been cases, but that's thank you very much. Can I add just one idea? Guys, if you think to go into game dev, etc., and there is this thing that you definitely will encounter: to do something right, to do it right. Good developers know that they don't know anything. Bad developers think they know everything. When you begin, you will think about this. I'm doing this way, but that's not the right way. The right way is this way. Because on YouTube, you saw somebody with 30 years of experience is doing this. There is no right to do it. Just do it. Just do it. Get some kind of result. The result is much more important than the process. You can enjoy the process later. At first, get the result. Thank you very much. Let's a round of applause. Give a round of applause. One last question from me, and then we will move on to Q&A. It's a question that will require a one-word answer. I hope that you'll be able to do that. Most people who develop games, so usually there are games that they want to build, and there are games that can shape a trend. Do you need to look at what the trend is, or do you need to do what you want to do? What's more important, to do something trendy or to do something that is near and dear to your heart? So we've just talked, and people have given answers that how to do it, that you have to be disciplined, but it's important to know what you do, not just how you do it. And here in the what. Not everything is simple. If you want to do something that is near and dear to your heart, if you want to do Warcraft, for example, and I know how to do it, I've described everything beautifully, so it's difficult, and you're doing it. That isn't a bad way. For a novice, that's okay, because you have plenty of time, and you can waste a lot of time. You're at the beginning of your journey. You can do it in 1 week. You try, but you cannot stick to your schedule, and then you overrun your schedule, etc., etc. But a recommendation: if you develop a game, just ask a question: does your audience need this game? There are some trendy things such as skibidi, for example, and people make a lot of money out of it. But if you want to have a game that will be successful in the long run, you need to do a lot of analytical work to find the right hypothesis for your game. And then I will give the floor to my colleagues. So it all depends on how big your game is. If a game can be built faster in just 1 year, then yes, you can look at trends and build games around trends. But if to build a game takes at least 3 years, for example, and that's just pure development, there is no reason why you should focus on trends, because trends change much faster than 3 years. So that's it. Excellent, Sergey. Just a short answer: yes, you should follow trends, but you have to understand that trends can be different. If you want to build a mobile game, then yes, you can follow trends, because if you can build a short mobile game, then definitely you can look at trends. But even if you build a big game that takes 3 or 4 years, you also need to follow trends. You need to understand how modern games are built and are sold, and that's a big problem, especially for indie developers. When they build a game and it's some kind of Warcraft game, what it is, Warcraft heroes, all of that is old, it's all mechanical. Nobody wants this. If somebody wants it, they just play Heroes and Warcraft. So it's an obvious thing, but I see it left and right when developers build a game, and what? It's like Heroes, or it's like 97, and you try to play it, and even playing it is different, because it looks like from 20 years ago, like a time capsule. That's why you have to stick to trends. You have to follow trends one way or another. And because we are publishers, many developers come to us and they say, well, you know, we've built a lot of games, but with a lot of failures. What do we need to be successful? Our main task is to analyze the market, and only after that marketing research you can understand what kind of game to build. Some people say, well, I cannot do marketing research. I'm not an analyst. There are two services free of charge with a limited function such as Sensing Tower and Tap Manager. You can go to either one, just look at any game to see how many uploads and downloads have been over the whole life cycle, how much money that game has made over life cycle in 30 days. You can look at top games in different categories and analyze the mobile market and go to a niche that is not occupied.
How to choose this niche? It's a lengthy conversation. However, to cut the long story short, there are two options how to choose the right mobile game that you can develop. Number one, you can pick a genre or a category in which you don't have too many giants, right? It's too bad when 20% of players are taking 90% of all cash. You know, it's endless marketing budget. Most likely, you don't need to get into this area. It's better when you look into some niche and the cash is evenly distributed. But the best is when you enter Magic, for example, and you can check it out whether your competitor is buying anything under. You see that game has 500,000 installations last year, and it's not purchasing traffic. So it's all traffic is organic. It just tells you that the game is attracting a lot of attention. And with the help of marketing, the games that are really organic, you will push out the others, and you will be organic, and we're making money on that. Analyze the market. If it's Steam, then it's GameStat, SteamDB. This is a game cool analysis. GameStat costs $10 a month, and I think even a student can afford it. And Ultras up next. There's this formula, 70-20-10. Because there is genre belonging of each game. Because while developing a game, you can be too carried away. You can, but the percentage of success will be too low. Direct, not direct management like set leaders, development of progression and so on. 20% as when on top of the existing mechanics and heroes, you're trying to change something or upgrade something, you know, and 10 is absolutely new. This is the kind of mix I would recommend. In terms of the trends, it's worth checking out, but you need to realize whether that's applicable to you or not, and whether you can transform your model. If not, if you're too slow, there's no point in doing that. Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause. The answers were coming from different sides, but everyone said you need to analyze the market to come to more or less decent result. And now let's move to the questions from attendees in the audience. Raise your hands. My name is Andrei. I'm a early developer. I have an idea of a project, but you had this question. Is it better to have something of your own or go or try to catch the trend? The thought sounded similar. The trend will catch more players, so the revenue will be bigger. However, if you're really keen to make something sustainable, then you need something of your own, something proprietary, not just blindly copying everything. What if I have a game that has that copies nearly all the idea of another game, but at the same time is adding one unique system that transforms the whole gameplay upside down? Let's take Dota for instance, right? But the map is has 3 floors and some holes. There will be a chance to move between the floors. There's a new opportunity for tactics, the game process changing. Even though Dota, it's very same Dota. Sheldon Cooper designed chess for 3 people, right? Let me be blunt with you and frank. Do you think that, well, if we're talking about Dota, God forbids me, God forgives me for this pronunciation. Do you think you're the only one who came up with this idea? There are millions of other of such attempts were made, but it didn't fly. So who needs it, do you think? I haven't heard about such mechanics, about such idea, but I cannot guarantee that there weren't such attempts made. But if you're trying to find the reasons in the technical difficulty, no, I'm talking about the demand. Who needs it? High risk and high revenue. Nobody did it because they were scared. What if somebody did it, but we just don't know about it? I couldn't find any insight into that. Well, if you believe in this idea, okay, nothing should stop you, not someone's opinion. If you believe in this, just go and do it. If it doesn't fly, yeah, be it so. Anyway, you will gain experience as a developer, as a launcher. It's not going to be in vain. So anyway, I can submit it to some studio, like I did a huge project. I have this experience, and so on. Let's give it to Ilya, to the person who's publishing. You cannot do it on your own. If you do it alone, it will take you around 300, 400 years, probably run out of your lifetime. Speaking of numbers, this will probably cost around $20, $25 million as minimum, right? And as long as you have a experienced team, but if these are juniors, then it's 50 and 100 million. You will encounter a lot of architectural difficulties, even in small products. It's really hard to maintain because you embedded some incorrect architectural solution and it all collapses. And it's a useless idea, because Dota is super strategic, It's like making it even more strategic. Like, who's your audience? Super hardcore. You just narrow your audience down. Would you be interested driving 3-floor car? But you could drive outside of the city, because in the city you will be touching the lines of the power lines. In fact, this is not unique to change a map, and make. You had a strategy, and then some creeps are running, and you're managing these heroes. When Dota was designed, but just do the same gameplay and change the map. It's like I came up with the unique shooting. We're just also running with the machine guns, but we can dig underground. This is unique. I haven't seen it like that. It's like racing step-by-step tactics with a view from the bottom. It's gonna explode the market. So my advice: how you come up with a unique gameplay? Imagine a 30-second video. 30-second video. A person is not playing, and a player needs to see that it's a unique game. When you can fit it, the entire unique gameplay, it's gonna be awesome, and everyone will say this 30-second shows me that it's a super cool. If you cannot do that, then it's highly doubtful. Thank you very much indeed. And 2 more questions I can ask. We can make a gameplay. If it's decent market indicators comparable with market norms, then you can think more about it. If not, then nobody just needs it. uncatchable Joe. Uncatchable not because he's so fast, but because nobody needs him. My name is Dana. I'm a graphic designer, and I'm at the beginning of my journey. I would like to be a game designer, game developer. I entered university. I have applied to university, and now I'm doubtful whether I'm hesitant whether I actually need it or not. If at the beginning of your journey you were offered to be a developer, what would you choose? I'm just thinking how difficult it is. If there are any stumbling blocks that you're a graphic designer, but you want to be a game designer, right? After 9th grade, I went to college. I had a goal to be in the game industry. No. To do games. What do you mean to do games? What did you mean by doing it? Sit in an office and get a lot of cash, you have to go to a national bank. No, I wanted to design games. I didn't know what I was willing to do games. I'm selfish. Come at 4. I have my presentation at 3 or 4 or 5. Is it at 5? Maybe at 4. So there will be somewhere my name. My name is Sergey. I will be speaking and be talking about professions in the world of games for designers. Maybe you will find something. Okay. I have a tip for you, an advice. There's a game as a wonderful UIX designer. It's pretty close to design and game design. It's a huge demand. Check it out. Yes, I know about this one. I'm interested in games and I would like to work in this industry. Thank you. UIX design is also available in the games, right? In games, so all this HP, all these games, this is also UIX. It's way different from classical. It's a highly important occupation because the way you need to navigate a player in the game is hugely important to place it in the right place. But it's highly important occupation in the industry. It's a great idea. Thank you. Overall, we're ready to wrap this up. Thank you very much. What was the one more question? What do you think? Cannot hear the question. There are different strategies you can work with Roblox. Well, how many developers we have in Kazakhstan? I can't remember. Well, one game, if it's in rubles, 3 or 4 million, a small game. For juniors, we don't have junior specialists on the team, and the salaries are pretty high. I don't know how much juniors cost. Well, maybe you can do a game within $1 million. What's the general check that is invested? It's around $50,000 as minimum. But it's not guaranteeing success of the game as well, because there could be additional costs for marketing, etc., for some other things, and that's the average check, and it's not guaranteeing anything. More or less decent check is $100, $100,000, but it's not guaranteeing anything. You can make maybe a better game or something, but how it's going to fly, it's unknown. Malika, you will scare away all investors, There are very few of them, in fact. That he was the only person, frankly speaking. The best way is to find a team. And the most valuable in game dev is not the game, but your team. If your team can do a cool game, it's gold. people are ready to pay any money for them. It's better to invest in your team and to develop gradually with them and to build games and then go to a publisher or web or elsewhere. I think we're done. Thank you very much indeed.
Құрметті ханымдар мен мырзалар, телефондарыңызды үнсіз режимға қоюларыңызды сұраймыз. Дорогие гости, просим телефоны поставить на беззвучный режим. Біздің келесі панельный сессиямыздың тақырыбы киберспорт, трендтер, бизнес және мүмкіншіліктер. Киберспорт, тренды, бизнес, потенциал. Рады представить модератора Кайырбекова Алишера.
Раз. Всем добрый день. Во-первых, большое спасибо организаторам за возможность, в принципе, за мероприятие. Большое спасибо.
Thank you very much for being here. And thank you to all of our participants who have come here. So we have come here to discuss two themes, cyber sport and GMF. Our guests on the right, that's Aristan, a professional cyber athlete. Cliff Kelly, tournament operator, a specialist in investments in cyber sports. Evgeny Bogdataryov, a life legend, a living legend of cyber sport in Kazakhstan, and Ablasan, CEO, Droms, a breakthrough in cyber sports industry in Kazakhstan, and Kalikbekov Alisher, CEO of OInners. Thank you very much. First and foremost, I would like to discuss what cyber sport is all about. Right now, cyber sport is probably the most important competitive areas for our use in the area of digitalization. Young people need to get this spirit of competitiveness, which you can only get from real competition. That's why in the 21st century, in the era of digitalization, that's how you get it. Instead of going out and doing real sports, you can gain the same experience from cyber sports. So let's begin with Aristan on the far right, and then we will move toward me. Yes, you need to push a button for the microphone. Hello. Hello everyone, my name is Aristan. I am a cyber athlete. Конкурс Hike 2. In 2022, I went to Denmark to participate in an international tournament. Now I participate in local tournaments and also Central Asia tournaments. Next, Cliff Kelly. Hello, my name is Cliff. I've been in cyber sports for 8 years, or maybe even 9. I began with tournament organization. Now it's grown into consulting, including in investment in cyber sport and project management. Now there is a first female cyber sport league, female pro league. That's Kazakhstan's first all-female league that has elicited a lot of interest in Europe and in Brazil, and that's one of the projects that I deal with. Evgeny Bogdataryov, hello, my name is Evgeny. I've been in cyber sport for 24 years. I'm 36 years right now. I participated in my first tournament at the age of 11, and with time, through different interpretations, it has led to my being a professional cyber athlete. I have a large number of shops. I am Central Asian champion 11 times over, so a lot of cyber sport background. And the last couple of years, the last 5 years, we developed a company. It's partially technological, partially it's an agency for video gaming, and also for 4 years I've been chairperson of the Kazakhstan Cyber Sport Federation. So it's a very diverse background. And at this point, I had a company with an annual turnover of 300 million, and we are an official vendor for a number of international companies, and we're involved in mobile video gaming. It's one area that we would like to go into as well, because cyber sport is very diverse, and anybody can find a niche for themselves in cyber sports. When I said a living legend, that's exactly what I meant. Ablehan Zherkanov, CEO. Over breakthrough, that's probably too much. It's way too early. My name is Blehan. I am founder of Game on Drones. We built our own cyber sport discipline. We developed the technology to manage real machines, robots and drones through the internet. So that's a physical object that you can manage from your console, from your cell phone. We've built huge arenas in Almaty where you can compete in terms of how you manage different machines. We're not yet a cyber sport discipline fully fledged. We've tried to hold several tournaments for PlayStations, for different consoles, for mobile phones, and people from different countries paid to attend. So this hypothesis has gone through a successful round of beta testing. So we will then move fully online. The feedback has been positive. So now we're working on something much bigger in scale. 32 countries, that's actually a lot. That's international in scale. That's a tournament with a good geographical reach. We would like to know where we're moving, what government regulations are, how big business reacts to cyber sport. So now let us discuss this. In June of this year, the government adopted a concept for the development of cyber sport 2025-2029, and as part and parcel of that, a lot of work will be done on the development of cyber sport, including creation of school and student leagues, and also support will be provided to private projects, and I am one of those projects. My name is Alisher. I'm CEO of a cyber sport organization. Our team and organization is represented in Counter-Strike. We began with 5 talented boys who used to wear similar t-shirts in tournaments, and now we are a top 70 team in Europe and one of the dominating forces in Central Asia. So I will be moderating this panel session. So I will be asking questions, I will be moderating, so I will be wearing many hats. So I guess let's begin with our questions. Your take on the concept of development, of where we're moving, in which direction, and what do you think about government participation and the role of government in supporting the development of cyber sport? Should the government support to begin with the development of cyber sport? Evgeny, actually it's a very controversial question for people who really are interested in cyber sport as a phenomenon. You have to understand two simple things. Number one, cyber sport. What is cyber sport? So that's just a competition. That's video games, regardless of where you play it from, a console or a smartphone, a drone, Tetris, or whatever. Anything that can go virtual, you pretty much, if you compete on it, that's cyber sport, basically, in essence. So that's many hundreds of disciplines are part and parcel of that, and we have to understand that there is a very strong regional division. In the 90s in Korea, there were full stadiums, so they have disciplines that are unheard of here in Kazakhstan. There are big markets, Asia, America, Europe, North, Middle East, and Central Asia. And for each region, there are different popular sports. Cyber sport is different from other sports in one particular thing. Any object of competition is the object of somebody's intellectual property. In cybersport, every game belongs to somebody else. And anybody who understands anything in sport, you immediately understand the difference. Talking about the government, by the way. How the way the game publisher says, that's how it will be. And no government can say otherwise. No government can compel you to develop your game in a certain direction. That's why the main driver for cyber sport is the publisher. And for any other organization, the only way to develop something around that game is to cooperate with the publisher. So that is the main principle. So that means that the government can write whatever program, whatever policies they want. But if it's not going to be done in cooperation with publishers, or if publishers are against, so nothing will come out of it. That's 100%. Because in many games, we have different platforms with 26 competitive disciplines. So we have held competitions with 26 competitive disciplines. And for most part, for those games, you need to agree with the publisher from the point of view of intellectual property IP, or for some games you cannot do anything with them. So you have a pool of competitive disciplines where you have some kind of freedom of action, but that pool is very small, and usually that's American games, Val, Dota, AS, so that's pretty much the Wild West. That's Texas, so you can do whatever you want, no IP restrictions, because you won't be sued. But if we're talking about the most popular titles, so the mobile games in our time with the largest number of users in a month or in a week, you cannot do anything without the publisher. No other way around it. So actually, for the development of this program that you talked about from the government, the concept that you mentioned, I don't even know who wrote that concept. You can write whatever you want, but how it will be implemented, that's a totally different ballgame. And now I would like to know the position of the cyber athletes. At this point, Arestan, as a cyber athlete, what kind of functional support and development you would like to get? In your opinion, how would you see the role of the government and big business in the development of cyber sport? I believe that in terms of big businesses, big companies, they need to invest more in cyber sport. There are more and more Central Asian tournaments that give you opportunities to scale up globally. There are also interesting local tournaments talking about Counter-Strike. So there are tournaments held in computer clubs which are simulcasted on the official site of Counter-Strike. That's an international site that publishes all the tournaments, and I believe so that actually is a good way to promote such games and such tournaments, so that in Kazakhstan our local players can scale up their geographical presence. So you're talking about this type of tournament history. So you say that in Central Asia there should be more landmark tournaments for the internal market. Yes. Also, I would like to know from Cliff. What is the most profitable, I would say, directions in terms of investment in cyber sport? What do you think where you should invest most profitably? I actually would like to add about the concept of development. For the most part, I agree here with Evgeny. The only thing is that in order for people to understand cyber sport is a totality of sport, technology, and business. And if you don't discount any of those sides of the triangle, then nothing will come out of it. As Yevgeny pointed out correctly, absolutely correctly, everything here hinges on the publishers and the developers and IP rights holders. It's good that we have a trend from mobile developers that they are much more loyal. Of course, it's not really the Wild West, but nevertheless, there is a lot more freedom and not that many IP limitations. And this concept that you talked about, that you referred to, it probably more geared towards traditional sports, and it doesn't really work for cyber sport. But because even if we look at international experience, cyber sport, that's a tournament for clubs and not for national teams. And when you have a lot of clubs in a country, organizations such as All Limits, for example, then the industry develops and more businesses come into it, and there is more money. And also another global problem is a larger number of, let's put it this way, bad-faced actors who go into cyber and they say to big brands, we will do everything turnkey, just give us money, and then they disappear. And what happens, brands give them a lot of money, nothing comes out of it, and the organizers disappear, those bad-faced actors. So there should be a complex approach, and the role of the government is not to interfere. It's not to interfere. So yes, we would like to see less taxes for people who play cyber sports, but we have what we have. In terms of investment, yes, I guess we understand that at this time, and talking about Kazakhstan in particular, Counter-Strike, you can say that's a national sport. That's game number one. But we also shouldn't forget about mobile disciplines because accessibility and ubiquity of mobile disciplines is incomparable. And the entry threshold to get familiar with Dota compared to MMB, that's two different things. And many people are not even aware. Maybe your colleagues they play MMB on lunch break, etc. As for investment, you can come to me for advice. Hopefully you'll get my contact details. So again, that's a comprehensive approach, and you need to take everything into consideration, because without looking at this from every angle, you will encounter those very same bad-faced actors who will disappear with your money in pocket. Thank you very much, Cliff. As Cliff has pointed out, in Kazakhstan, the national sport is Counter-Strike, but globally it is different. Globally, mobile gaming is number one. Mobile agents, etc., etc. So that's the post-COVID history. During COVID, a lot of gamers moved to mobile gaming. They moved away from PC gaming. Evgeny? Actually, I can dispute what is most popular in Kazakhstan. So yes, we can stay here and discuss ad nauseum and ad infinitum. But if you look at any game, there are different aspects to determine its importance. The number of players, that's very that's very easy to determine in terms of traffic, unique users, etc., etc. So also number of cyber sport clubs and organizations around this discipline, athletic achievements, and the number of influencers who create streams and content. So the totality of that, of course, with the money that is around this industry, prize funds, etc., etc., tournaments, etc., etc. So that's how you determine what's most popular. And the technical infrastructure, the availability of service, etc., etc. And to understand really what is the most popular game at this point in time, you need to look at the totality of all of these characteristics, because Counter-Strike, just I've said, my first tournament was in 2010. That is an old game. Actually, it's a long story. I have a lot of achievements playing this game, but mobile gaming actually appeared relatively recently, but because of its accessibility and affordability, anybody can play anywhere. You don't need a monitor, you just need a smartphone. That's why the number of players is much larger. And also you need to divide classified what is this cyber sport, people who's cyber athletes, professional athletes who compete for prize money, and also there is mobile gaming. And those are two different things. And here the level of involvement is very different. But from my point of view, in my mind's eye, the most popular game in Kazakhstan is PG Mobile. That's from my experience, so looking at what is popular from my criteria that are listed before.
Because the highest achievements, history and everything were done around Counter-Strike. I'm also a Counter-Strike player. It's people's game, right? We came to the issue of monetization, cash, etc. So, would like to ask your opinion on brand attraction, interaction with brands, etc. With large brands. Yeah. So, how do you see income as part of your project? Well, in our projects, since we're building real arena where the competitions are taking place, product placement has a right to exist. We have a multi-floor network, you know. It's an alternative to get cash out of the pocket of our clients. But they're not looking for some prizes. But if you're willing to fight for a prize, then your entrance is paid for. But it's all hypothesis at the moment, you know. As Evgeny was saying, the game publisher, with all the rights, etc. Say Americans publishers are not flexible. It's all in your hands, so you can do whatever you want. So I got their contacts today, you know, and I'm going to contact them really. So for me, after I build a game, it still remains mystery what it will be like at the end. What is going to give us more money and coverage and everything. Well, Game of Thrones. So, what is the area that you're looking to move into? Like cybersport, game dev, or robotics? What is your direction you're heading in? It's going to move in parallel. We did technology similar of drone management with minimum lag, with minimum delay. We can use it as a cyber sport, as a competition, you know. But equally, there are games where you wander around with tanks or other type of transport. But it's not about competition. But there is some narrative. There is some plot, you know. We're going to develop both direction. So adventure games, something will work out. Now regarding inclusion, cyber sport is being discussed as a main competition game, but Cliff is doing this women cyber sports league and how it's women part developing in this direction. Evgeny, I would like to give you a short explanation. Female cyber sport does exist. In mobile discipline, the share of women is much higher than compared to PC. You know, more women play mobile than PC. Speaking about history, just within a minute, then you know, the girls have been playing since 1.6. There were women's teams, and these girls are top managers at large international companies. They've all grown up and became experts and specialists in various fields. And just by the way, would like to mention that a few women did work in our office and in other companies related to cyber sport. But in 2000, 19, I took a women's team to Counter-Strike, and we got third place in Counter-Strike and Global Offensive. And the core of these girls, they still go around. Some they revolve around this topic. It's a great topic for discussion, but for me, it's a mystery. Frankly speaking, I still don't fully understand why the girls, especially in cybersport, when you have a mouse and a keyboard, but the result of women's team are still lower than men's. There are some limiting factors, but it's still unclear why is this the case, because it seems like they're all more or less in the same conditions. There are no limiting factors like testosterone, like in boxing, and the guys have done a great job with the female league on Counter-Strike. It's a great underlying event, and the women that have played it for a while lost the goal. Now they have it because there are not too many women competitions, but usually it is the case. In general competitions, men and women can play, but in only women. But there are no competitions only for men, right? There could be competitions for everyone and only for women. There are two types. Just yesterday we heard that the largest tour operator has closed down female side of their business, but hopefully Cliff and his team can make up for it. Regarding women's tournament, as I understand, there is a great deal of international interest, and we as an entity are going to participate. We will have a female team. Cliff, over to you. As this closed down, even more reaction we saw from Europe and from Brazil, from South America. They are interested in our tournament. If they're not in Europe, they just won't be able to play, they say. As I see it, the problem is that the impact, did exist as a branch of the primary tournament. So nobody looked seriously at development of female cybersport, esports, and we're trying to do everything we can on our part. And I firmly, strongly believe that it's going to work out, because the bigger coverage it's going to gain, the better, because participation is free, registration is free for everyone. What we need for you is just access to internet with more or less decent hardware that is capable to work with Counter-Strike too, because we know that computers had to be changed. Well, thank you very much, Cliff, and male cybersport is gaining momentum, but we need to think about the future, how we see development of female cybersport and how we see development of youngest gamers that will be elite of our cybersport tomorrow. Arastan, how do you see it? I'm sure there are some parents with us today, and how do you see opportunity for children to develop in this dimension? There are boys at the age of 10, 12, and they tell their mothers, I want to be a cyber athlete, cyber sportsman. So is there some potential? Can you say a few words about contracts that they signing, huge contracts or something like that? A little bit more on it. At the age of 14, I came to my mom and I told her I want to be a cyber sportsman, but I have my brother, my uncle who supported me. I went to the academy of one of our cyber sportsmen, major champion, Hobbit, and I learned a lot from him. And looking at it with hindsight, I believe that parents need to give full freedom and help to deal with media. We have a young cyber sportsman. He probably deserves to have a separate panel for that. He's around 7 or 8 years. Thanks to the parents that believed in him, that gave enough media, that streamed with him, gave recorded video. Now he signed a contract with the Russian cyber sports organization. They signed a contract with him. He's getting his salary and a lot of help from this at the age of 7. At the age of 7, this young man, do you feel it's worth supporting esports playing like it worked for you? Ideally, Shalun, he's a real remarkable phenomenon in esports. He signed a contract with top 10 international organization of the world. You know, it's unbelievable success. So, Evgeny, what do you think about development of children? How do parents give opportunity to the children? It's a very sensitive talk, as we say. In fact, I've been working around this industry for a while, and Shalun is rather an exception from this rule. And there's a great deal of problem with education. I teach in Alma at Kazakhstan Management University. The discipline related to esports, including myself. I had a lot of misunderstanding with parents, and since while I've been in this industry, I've seen dozens of parents that are telling me and looking at success stories. They say, "I won't go to school. I'll become dollar millionaire," and you don't understand anything. Well, math is a serious is a fact. You know, it's pretty stubborn. Out of 1,000 players, only 3 will become successful in base case scenario. So I've always been thinking that it's fine when it's moderate, number one. Number two, when people are passionate about sport and this idea, ideally they need to have some educational infrastructure so that this entry barrier and this mistakes could be covered and learned somewhere. So they need to have some educational asset. Another good saying tells us that one shouldn't put all eggs in one basket. So if a young man wants to develop, he needs to develop. If he wants to study, he needs to. If he wants to develop, he needs to study physically, mentally. You know. And speaking of Shalun, he's a cool streamer and content maker. He's not necessarily a cool esports player. He's a media person. And cybersport, to wrap this all up, cybersport is a tough journey as any other sport. It's hard to come to huge achievements and money. And through the prism of years, with my bald and gray hair, I understand that it's more important to improve your media skills. Once you start achieving decent results, you can still make money, and the market allows you to do that. Yeah. So that would I look into. Education, don't need to ban it completely. There is nothing wrong with that. But there are different disciplines, different opportunities, and the kid can pick a game where there is no prospect at all. There is no value. If, for example, he says, I want to become professional darts player. I just like it, you know. Since it's a very broad topic, you need to be knowledgeable about it. And kids, yeah, unfortunately, these problems arise quite often, and they come into conflict with their parents. They say, I will become I'll earn 1 million. That happens maybe once in 10,000 kids, you know, and that's about development concept. There's a government policy, or there are some schools and university leagues, and perhaps at the earliest phase of development, some basic knowledge is required, and that's something that should clearly help us in this area. Ablahan would like to find your opinion. How would you like to access international markets? It's a matter of infrastructure, first and foremost, and whether such opportunities do exist, how Kazakhstan can make itself known at the international arena, maybe thanks to your project. If there is such opportunity, yes, such opportunity does exist. In our case, since building hangars is important on large arenas. It's not classical cybersports where you can install some servers, right? But on the other hand, this complexity gives us additional exclusivity. After all these tournaments with the Cybersport Federation from other countries, Eastern countries, European countries are approaching. They like the format. And yeah, we're discussing it, discussing development in their regions. It's building locations down there, it's holding events down there, and generally speaking, we're going to develop with franchise, using franchise method. If you have an office in Guatemala and a decent internet, that's enough for you to build the network and become a franchisee in that region. Regarding international arena and accessibility of Kazakhstan at international arena, you can draw a parallel with football. Globally speaking, we are a football country, but in terms of results, it's lagging behind. The great example could be Karat and Karat Football Club and the national team. In terms of cybersport, we are a strong country, but cybersport, I think, is exceeding it, outnumbering traditional sports. Yeah, our players can show off more results and achievements. To what extent is it possible for Kazakhstan to be at the same level with European entities and with the West overall? Given we have no infrastructure, servers, and so on. In fact, everyone heard these four letters as ping in terms of internet. So in cybersport, competitions can be online and offline. Offline is when you arrive somewhere and everyone enjoys the same conditions and you play it. But that's the highest professional. That's why 95% of events they happen they take place in the internet, and the big difference lies in the approaches of the publishers that I mentioned. Depending on the discipline, there could be different level of infrastructure coverage, right? So what does this mean? It means that in some games you have an official local server, in some games you don't, depending on a particular discipline, right? That's number one. Secondly, just like Alisher has mentioned, speaking of Counter-Strike, 98% of selection take place at European servers. So our region, it's either Germany, Frankfurt, either Sweden, Stockholm. These are the main servers, and for us to compete with them equally, we should either be there physically. You need money. That's why many of our e-sport players are leaving, because Counter-Strike is really demanding on ping, just like Dota, and there is no exception. Everyone who achieved something 10 or more years ago, they left from Kazakhstan, they remain abroad, and they won. Though under our flag, however, nevertheless, given our remoteness from European servers, it's not because of poor internet connection, just that the servers are far away from us. We cannot compete on par with European teams. That's regarding Counter-Strike. The official servers are absent, and the local servers are made by such companies like ours or others. And using these servers, the competitions are held. But there's the local. But in order to do international tournaments, you need to go abroad. Another approach, we are a supplier of different services. Have been a supplier for 3 years of a Chinese company, Tencent, and one of the most popular games on G-Mobile is their product. The thing is that they install their servers in Kazakhstan. That's the main difference, and they allocate separate slots for our esports athletes. And when you win some qualifiers, then you can bypass all these troubles and you can go immediately straight to the World Championship. And that's a difference in approaches. One publisher is not giving slots, and then our players need to suffer, and another publisher has the marketing and infrastructure and this competition slots. These are two different approaches. There are games that have separate slots and others don't, and that's only difficulty in the snapshot of the path that a kid can pick. Sometimes it's harder, sometimes it's easier, depending on the circumstances. So to wrap this up,
so we have to understand where we are geographically, and the one thing where the government or large businesses that they can resolve infrastructure problems so that the service be located here in Kazakhstan, and so maybe do something like the Chinese friends are doing in terms of repatriation of physical assets, of physical infrastructure. But one of the problems is that we are in the middle and we are far away from everywhere else. So that is one of the main difficulties. So thank you very much for your answer. Kazakhstan, in terms of cyber sport, so Kazakhstan probably chose a much more difficult road, just like in football, compared to Uzbekistan, because Uzbekistan competes in Asia, while we are competing in Europe. And in Asia, it's much less competitiveness, and to get to the World Cup from Europe is much more difficult. And as Evgeny pointed out, the only natural way to grow as a cyber athlete is to move to Europe, and unfortunately that's what we will need to do. We will compete under the flag of Kazakhstan, but physically we will need to be located in Europe. We have 5 minutes left actually for our discussion. I would like to ask our audience, do you have any questions? Yes, the young man. Yes. Unfortunately, no microphone is being used, so translation cannot be provided. So thank you very much for your speeches. That's been very interesting to listen to you, because Kazakhstan, in terms of esport, nobody talks about this at all in any kind of meaningful way. I have a question for you. I'm not sure about PGL for esport in Astana, how successful it's been, because to be perfectly frank, I haven't been involved in it at all for a number of years. So for me, that's the past. But do we have any prospects to invite a larger organizations and organizers and hold competitions here in Almaty or in Astana after a successful PGL? So does the government see that actually it works, that it brings additional cash? People come from neighboring countries, so that's also soft power in a way. Any prospects for Kazakhstan to host more competitions in the future? Thank you very much for your question. For you, as a government and as a country, after PGL, it's one of the largest competitions in the world. It took place in May with a prize fund of $1.25 million. The next competition will be held in May of next year with a prize fund of $1.5 million. So the stars of cyber sport will converge in Astana and will compete in May here in that competition. And after that, now people talk about the PGL effect. Big brands and governments now see that there is potential, that you can generate money, that you can generate tax revenue. And so many governments, including Kazakhstan, will try to put that PGL effect to good use. So maybe some of the guys can give a different answer here. So what is going on here? In Kazakhstan, the history of cyber sport is quite long. It used to be pretty niche, but now it's much more common. So people hear about cyber sport and people see it. But over the last 10 years, maybe not so much 10 years, but from 2018, a big shift has taken place when it comes to marketing and brand management. Those people, they understand now there is an audience for cyber sport. Brands understand they have to talk to that audience because that audience has money. So there is more and more money in the market. And that is unquestionable. I see it from what we do, because when we began back in 2018, we were alone. Now, in different formats, there are dozens of different organizations. I will not talk about in detail what they are. Some have some kind. They all have some kind of money, some kind of projects, etc. PGL, yes, big businesses now, they see that it's cool, and they also see that there are many opportunities from PGL integration, but for the time being, only bookmakers have integrated into PGL for the time being, but how to measure that PGL effect, I don't see how it can be done. I'm not sure if there is a multiplication effect. So PGL is some kind of competition. That's international franchise. They come to Kazakhstan and they'll hold the competition and they leave. So people, become enthusiastic. People get interested, but they have to wait a year until the next event takes place. Cliff. In terms of investment results, what is the PGL effect? And is there any way for a Kazakhstan international tournament operator to appear and to become viable? Yes, PGL was successful, as Evgeny pointed out. Integration for the time being is limited to bookmakers. Actually, several bookmakers were represented at this tournament, because I believe that's an interesting precedent, because at other international tournaments we didn't see that. As for the arrival and relocation of large tournament operators to Kazakhstan, that's what you need to do. Katowice in Poland, that's a small city in Poland that has become a mecca for cybersport in Europe. In a couple of years, if in foreseeable future we'll have an analog of DCL Köln, and not only PGL and other large operators, including local homegrown tournament operators, because there is definitely a trend, then local brands will then move investments from the global offices. I think that would be great. And talking about holding such tournaments and the presence of large tournament operators. As far as I understand and as far as I know, there is a discussion about the appearance of another large tournament operator in Kazakhstan in the next year. So are we okay for time? So we have 10 minutes. Please, could you please tell us, in cybersport, where do I begin? Not as a cyber athlete, but as an organizer or as a coach. So let's say we have talented guys. Who should I go to? Where should I write to? And another question, the young man mentioned PGL Astana. From your point of view, how real is it that Kazakhstan will hold Dota 2 TI here in Kazakhstan? So where to go and who to write to, that's the eternal question. If you have 5 talented guys, I guess that's what I've gone through. We used to have only 5 talented guys, and at the end of the day, it all grew into something much more tangible. So that's a very big question that will be difficult to answer in just a couple of words. I guess you need to work on your media interaction, and the advice that I received from Evgeny Bogotaryov, you need to build the right media strategy around your competitive achievements. Unfortunately, in today's world, that's not enough. You definitely just achievements in of themselves. You need to also work with media, and you need to have a good media strategy. And in terms of TI, how do you view cybersport? Because cybersport is very diverse. So you can probably set up a startup, so to speak, as part of my business. We have several different directions which lead differently from one another and can exist separately from one another. So you need to understand where your interest lies, because right now applicable skills for cybersport pretty much runs the full gamut. What is required in terms of skills? Actually, it's a question for a different discussion. But for young guys, for young boys, so you just need to get at some kind of local organization, or you need to find a local academy of people who will help you with your progression. In Astana, there is a very good academy called Major by Hobbit, and our world champion and the most successful KS player came out from that academy. So he's founded that academy. So actually, you can send your child to that academy. And a good example is Rastan. He is a graduate of that academy. He is a professional cyber athlete. So that academy is not just words. And the question for Rastan, which I have, what do you think? When do you think our team, and not just separate players, but an organization from Kazakhstan can compete in different tournaments such as Major PGL that Kazakhstan held this year, and will it be possible next year? Given the level of development of our cyber sport organizations, I don't think that will take too much time. 26, 27, that's very doable, that's very feasible. And to answer your question, what happened with me, how I went, how I traveled that road. So it all happens through who you know. You need to know the right people. You need to find the right sponsors. But in my case, I've had to write to different brands, and just look at me. I have good skills, and there have been 2 or 3 businesses that tested me, and they gave me some kind of money. So there were some sponsorship deals. So you need to be active. So I guess we can begin. We can wrap up after question number 2. So hello, I am a commentator for DAOS. Recently there was a World Cup, and I would like to move to Counter-Strike. I have this question: how to promote yourself in this area for Counter-Strike? How to find tournament operators? You mean a caster? Yes. So for Counter-Strike, actually, it's the easiest thing to do. We have a number of organizations in Kazakhstan that deal with holding tournaments and casting. Pragon, that's number 1. They do tier 1 broadcasting for top level tournaments, and they always are on the lookout for talents. They test out people. They have tournaments of different scales, so they can test you out. And there are also local organizers that deal with different smaller tournaments. So talking about Counter-Strike, so first of all, that's my skill. The guys are actually very good. They are leaders in Counter-Strike. We also hold tournaments. QCF also holds tournaments. Any organization that holds tournaments, you can write them, and everybody needs new blood. At least you'll be tested. Come to us and we will test you. Right now, we have a Counter-Strike tournament as we speak, by the way. So it's not just a big deal. Just you need to see who the organizers are and write them. In terms of Counter-Strike, no problems. The only thing that you need to have, you need to build a portfolio to show people. So ideally, yes, just develop your media outreach. People will notice you. And again, if somebody is looking at modern webcasting, community casting is much more important than individual casting. People want to follow the people that they like. Slam, for example, if we're talking about Counter-Strike. So try community casting. Most organizations will give you rights for casting absolutely free of charge. You can record your casting, maybe 10, and then build a portfolio. And most organizations usually on their websites or on social media, there is an application form to be a commentator. Come to us after the panel session, and the last question that we have time for. Hello, my name. Thank you very much for a very interesting panel discussion and spirited discussion. I was a little bit late and two questions. You talked about, so you're saying that we're in the middle right now. In terms of infrastructure and cyber sport development, because I'm a player myself for 10 years plus, so I am amateur. So what do you think, what is the next challenges and milestones we have here? And number two, I'm building a startup, but using blockchain. So we built already an infrastructure where on service you can see tokens behind headshots. And on this question, who can I collaborate with here on this issue? Thank you very much for this question. For your question two, I guess you will need to talk to our investment expert. We have two experts in the audience and one expert here in the panel. To answer your first question, that's probably the development of Kazakh organizations and not just standalone players, but organizations and teams pretty much across the board in terms of disciplines, mobile gaming and PC gaming. So I guess we can wrap up at this point. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. Thank you very much for giving us time for this panel discussion. So maybe you have something to add to conclude our discussion, Blehan. Okay, nothing. Thank you very much. This concludes this panel session.
Бизнес-потенциал подошла к концу. Большое спасибо нашим спикерам за вдохновляющие мысли, интересные прогнозы и энергию, а также модератору Алишеру
Greetings, everyone. Dear panelists, and I know many of you, and would like to introduce ourselves. We're all in animation, comics, illustrations, and these are the guys, illustrators that are working with AI, digital, and so forth and so on. Is there any special in your talent, in your work, and can you please share more on that? My name is Kanat. I'm 34 years old. 34. We are in commercial animation. We work with companies, with brands. We managed to work with Nickelodeon, Saudis, Kaspersky, with all our banks. We're working currently with TikTok, and today I think I'm going to represent commercial side of it, where to find money, how to put teams together. The topic of this session is animation and art. Art is probably something non-commercial, which you would like to pull off, and yeah, the commercial is what we're trying to match with the trends. My name is Abai. Hi everyone. I've been in comics for 8-9 years. I managed to work lately with Dark Horse publishing house, and from US. While in commercial business as well, we work with Adidas Russia, Warner TV channel 2+2, Warner Music, and yeah, in this team, I'll try my best to answer the question related to comics. And the work of publishing houses, not some authors, niche projects, but more what relates to large publishing houses, and I will do my best to answer those questions. Hi everyone, my name is Camila. I'm an illustrator, animator, and I used to work with Samsung, Halyk Bank, Codex, Burger King, Bloom, and so forth and so on. I used to work with animation studios as well. It's Adai Production, Kenjikus. We have our series that you can find on Kinopoisk. I used to work with Studio Tartare about Aldar and Kosye. And what else? I used to work with Glitch Studio, with Kanat. And with the studio Delhi. It's a Russian studio. And feel free to ask me any questions regarding illustration, animation, anything you like. Yeah, that's about it. That's all I had to say. The mic is not working. I'm sorry. Hi everyone. My name is Magira, and I'm a digital artist. I'm an illustrator. I'm doing my illustrations that come from my internal feelings. I'm doing my best to promote pop art industry so that our art was moving forward. I work on authors' comics, and I create my heroes that come from my internal feelings, my inspiration. I did my author's comics, and again, it could be sold in Milaman. It's comics about Batir, about warrior. Something that it wasn't purely commercial, but something of my own, because my goal is creation and promotion of comics that people could do from their heart, so that we could develop our industry, creative industry. I'm working currently on my projects that are more aimed at socio elements and issues. I'm an author and a digital artist, so in case you have any questions about indie comic, then feel free to approach me. Cannot hear. You have to switch other microphones. There are limitations. We cannot hear the speaker because the mic is off, because too many mics are turned on. You need to switch off the mic when you're not speaking. A little bit about statistics. Cannot hear the speaker as the mic is not working. I was able to sell it for 6 months of my work and presented and sold it. Sold 250 copies without having any known name. And then the second volume, I also sold it. If there will be any questions about self-publishing, promotion, that's to me. Thank you. That's awesome. I'm a big fan of all your works. I'm signed up for every one of you. I watch closely what you all guys do, and I have I have questions as a viewer who sees you for the first time, and I'm interested to a few words about myself. I come from animation industry. We have our own animation studio. We have a new studio that is more focused on adolescents and teenagers. It's called Kimel. We are preparing a series. I can tell more about it later, but I'm keen and eager to learn more about you. How do you work? Who you are? How do you assess the industry itself? What's the current situation of Kazakhstan in this industry? Renat, let's begin with you. You need to switch off the mics. Can you please switch off the mics so that Renat can turn it on? We cannot hear the speaker because the mic is switched off. That's why I positively look at development of animation. We cannot hear the speaker properly as the mic is switched off. Cannot hear the speaker because the mic is off. Magera? Yes, I personally agree that one wish and eagerness is alone is enough, because everything that comes from your heart will always resonate with the reader, with the customer. On my personal behalf, I can tell that what I value the most is to have this creative inspiration, this muse. If you need some sponsors and commerce and money, that's all doable. Yes, you can do a lot of business and collaborations and so on. My experience shows that it's all possible, but as long as you try, as long as you act more rapidly, and you need to be bold, enough, because you need to show that it's worth something. And if you don't believe in yourself, nobody would believe it. Most importantly is to make sure that the person who creates something would believe in it. All the rest you can find. That's about my experience. I'm not saying it works for everyone, but I personally feel that in case you want to see that our industry of comics and animation go and fly, then try it. Do something for yourself, and just thanks to your passion, you should try and give it a shot, and it will always resonate with someone. That's just how I see it, and I feel it's possible, it's doable. I worked on Mergen, all 4 parts. It took 300 pages altogether, so I did this project by myself, editing, sketch, the characters and everything came from my side, and it took me around 1 year to come up with Mergen product, and I believe this was an awesome year because I was coming from my heart, You only have this inner motivation, the rest will just come. Maybe I try to, maybe I sound too romantic, and this is something I wanted to share it with you. What comes to comic in Kazakhstan, comic industry, it's at baby phase, infant phase. There are separate cases like Margen by Kamila. My friend did some Ilbek Batir, Altın Adam. These are just one-off cases. But for the development of the entire industry, of comic book industry, comics industry, for franchise, we still need more products to find our culture code. For instance, US is known with its superhero comics. Europe is known for its sarcastic comic and newspaper, some adventures. Japan is manga in various genres, but they have their own visual style. So Kazakhstan needs to find its cultural code. We have tremendous potential. It's folklore that's already there, that I mentioned earlier, and it's still not fully disclosed. It's still not fully tapped. You can adapt it to superheroes, to horrors. They have very rich folklore in Kazakhstan. And that's where you can attract a lot of sponsors. There are some such cases as Megira that doing self-publishing. That's something that's worth supporting. I know you as big professionals, Overall, we have tremendous potential to develop comics industry in Kazakhstan. I know that in Japan, manga are sold as newspapers. There are huge conglomerates in US, like DC or Marvel. It seems like it's too far away, but with our capacity, with our potential, I think it's doable, no? Is it all hidden in folklore, or there are other resources to be untapped? What actually popularity depends on and comes down to? Folklore it was just an example, you know, that that came to my mind right away. Indeed, even without folklore, we can find plenty of topics for some plots. A lot indeed depends on quality of product. It certainly has an effect on sales. The popularity of the author is impacting sales. We are a highly digitized country. There is a lot of opportunities and events to draw attention to comics. There are apps like one mobile operator, Beeline, has this Easy that tells you look at the bonuses, look at this one. You can use it for to pay for your tariff for your plan. We can come up with the comics and make it daily. You know, just watch this comic and you get a bonus that you can use as a credit as a money to pay for your credit for your balance. When I was creating Mergen, I thought more about our history, our warriors. We have a lot of legends, fairy tales, and myths about heroes and battles, warriors, and so on. I tried to put it together into one character and display it all. What I got out of it, most probably some internal satisfaction that I did it, and I'm really proud of this work. I believe it was a very cool product, and I'm working on a mini comics Mahabat Amut. It's a character. These are characters that cannot understand each other because one speaks Russian and the other one only Kazakh. And in this context, I was trying to raise the topic of languages. You know, some population is Russian speaking, the other one is Kazakh speaking. It's an argument and a myth. I was trying to put it to monetize it and melodrama. Even looking at movies, at comedies, you know. The heart of a movie industry, these comedies that we can watch with all family. And I wanted to untap this topic to explore. I see a lot of resonation, 100,000 views in TikTok. People are excited. They want it to be a full, proper comics product. And this is something I would like to develop further. It's a great move to be inspired by all genres, not only folklore, not only drama, not only melodrama, soap opera, but something. When you look at everything, thinking this could inspire me. Now it's on, finally. Regarding folklore, while we touch on this topic, folklore doesn't have to embrace all our culture, you know, and try to export it. It doesn't have to be 100% pure folklore, like Magyar did, our special cultural element. Whether it's good or bad, it's a different topic. Let's admit we had Soviet past and we are all nomads, and then I personally am busy with my second project, and as opposed to Beskonak, it's not a dark fantasy, you know. It's post-apocalyptic horror, and it's going to be inspired by year 2000s in Kazakhstan. You know, this particular aura and atmosphere after the Soviet Union collapse, and this was also an element of our culture that could be sold. And for instance, Japanese culture became a marketing slogan.
And many Japanese, they actually like their folklore, Shintoism, for example. You're talking about Kazakh culture, not just a story about knights errant, but some kind of meme. But yes, we have to understand that we're not Japan, that we're not America. We are a country unto ourselves. So we have our own culture, not just traditional, but modern culture as well. And what we've shown through music and broadcasted that to the world, that we have our own indigenous, autochthonous culture, and that culture is very much compatible with music. And our artists, musical artists, they showcase our Kazakh culture. And again, we're not talking about our history and what we love usually, quote unquote, love. And what I've said and what I didn't say when in answering the first question, French banks and German banks, why it's difficult for them to modernize and to digitalize, because they had a banking system, mature banking system, and Kaspi came here and they began from scratch, and that's why we moved to digitalization pretty much from the get-go. And many people are taken aback by the level of digitalization that you can pay with QRs everywhere. And likewise, so we can translate that to our culture. We have a lot of cultural assets, a lot of cultural memes that with the right money can be also monetized. And we can actually go head-to-head with the likes of America, Germany, or Korea, etc., and even get ahead, pull ahead. There was also a question about how we began, how it all is right now, and how to invest and what kind of ROI you can get out of this. But you know, art, animation, comics, we don't have any of that. Why we don't have it? Why I'm saying this? Because it's an industry. As an artist, as a budding artist, or as an accomplished artist, you don't have a pathway. In many countries, there are different pathways. So you go to an art school, you continue doing something, then you get join a team, produce anime and make money. As for comic books, people mentioned here Marvel, DC, and for example, like how Marvel and DC impact culture. That's pop culture, that's blockbusters. All of that can be monetized ad infinitum. Talking about the box office of those movies. So in the world, they can broadcast their culture onto the world, onto the entire world. Here in Kazakhstan, we have just examples that can be counted on the fingers of one hand, success stories. But it's not enough to form an industry. That's just isolated examples. And when we say folklore, something that we need to show our culture, why that happened successfully with music, because there was demand. There were many people who were wanting that type of content. But here, in our form, you can say it's pessimistic, but you know, the market is not just Kazakhstan. The market is the whole wide world. We have guys who work with Dark Horse. These are all existing giants, existing markets. Our situation was even more difficult. 9 years ago, I opened an animation studio. There were no other studios because there was no demand. My dream was to work somewhere, work in animation, hire people, give jobs to artists, and to produce good animation. Our first clients were from Russia, from Europe, for example. Our last Kazakh client was at the beginning of the year, and that's okay, because while you're working with international markets, you are working out skills, you're developing skills. So we already talked about professionalism and skill mixes. If you are competitive internationally, then you can produce something pro bono. Some people say that they sell 250 copies. That's actually a pretty good number. But if we had an industry, if we had demand, if every child wanted a comic book, but here so Knights Errant or no Knights Errant or something else, it would be better. And how and what way out I see here, we have an IT market because there are trends, because the government spends money on IT, and we have people people here with IT skills, people who worked for international companies, for international production studios. They developed their skill mix internationally, and now they are ready to work here. Please round of applause people who deal with animation and comic books. And going back, so you could hear actually that a lot less people work with comic books. Well, just one person clapped. But going back to the very beginning, and if you ask where I began, it was just out of pure enthusiasm. And if you have that desire, if you have that drive, believe you me, you will get the market, you will get clients. Mergen Comic Books, behind those comic books is a charismatic author with a huge personal brand, with a TikTok account, with an Instagram account, the same story with Camille, where clients find her. They see her on Instagram, on Telegram, etc. That's it. But to have it in industry, there should be a lot more applause, because we're talking about anime and animation, and yet the clapping was sporadic, was sparse. Less than 10% of people clapped. Even here, people who are interested in this area. But it's all doable. But again, talking about money is too early to talk about money at this point. It's way too early. You need to do something. You need to develop skill mix. You need to develop a brand. You need to develop a name, and then you can monetize that. You can't get money out of nothing. You need to have something tangible to monetize. And the pathways, of course, are all individual. I'm not a multitasker myself. So I deal with animation. I don't know how to produce comic books. I wouldn't be able to do that. It depends on your particular character and where your preferences lie. It's all very individual. I wanted to ask that you're professionals, you began from scratch somewhere, and at that time where there was no market, you actually took the risk, you decided to go into that area. So of course that led to now you have EMI, you represent this industry here, but at the same time, as Konrad said, that's a very small percentage, and with those guys who want to get into animation, but they're seeing it's all very frightening here, but at the same time they can be instrumental in making sure that you get more and more applause. For your question, yes, it's a creative profession. People have to love it. It's not like you go for banking. It's a very different motivation. People say, well, banking brings a lot of money, and people forget about art. So sometimes, yes, I have a friend, Aset Karambayev. He's an artist, illustrator, and he has a lot of objections against neural networks. People say, well, why do you do it? Because you can draw the same art with neural networks. Because he loves it. If you look at it from this point of view, it's very simple. There are many different designer social networks, Dribbles, Vimo for your beautiful movies, etc. If you want to make money on that, out of that, it's a very different proposition. We have to understand what your level is, what kind of money you can make, and then try to attract clients or come to agents, to productions. Such companies as our agents, agencies, for example, they say, well, LG came to us and they have a contract for this and that. But when such companies say that they need an illustrator that has worked with this company or that company, I also see a big list next to Camilla. And in this story, I would like to hear straight from the horse's mouth what are your cases and how it was all happening and how it should happen. So hello once again. So I guess I will agree with Kanat to begin with, in as much as, how should I put it? Money can be your main motivator here. You need to love what you do, and then money will follow. Trust me, if you love what you do, money will follow, shall follow. And of course, try and working with animation studios, try your hand and try to work with companies. But before you do that, they will need to look at your portfolio. You need to have some kind of experience to showcase. That's always number one. From my experience, I can tell you that, for example, I've been drawing my whole life. I'm 29. I've been drawing my whole life. I'm still studying. I'm still learning. Just a couple of days ago, I learned a new program. At the age of 29, I was happy as a newborn. That's Clip Studio. I learned that program for animation because before that, I used TB Point, Toon Boom. But I just opened that, pushed here and there, and that was it. And I also know Procreate Dreams. So that's my basis, that's my foundation. And for illustration, if you deal with that, that's Photoshop and Procreate. So you need to build your experience. You need to pad your resume, your CV, and companies and animation studios, they will see that you are a learner, that you are a life learner, that you are hell-bent on self-development. That's what companies need to see, and they will value that, believe you me. What else? As for why, experience is number one. Actually, I studied classical art, watercolors, oils, etc. And during the pandemic, I moved to Almaty, and Kazakh Film, our national studio, hired me. And at that time, I wasn't familiar with e-animation and computer animation, but I wanted to learn. So I decided, I wasn't thinking about the money. I just wanted to learn something new and develop a new skill and make new friends. So I went to work for Kazakh Film, and I started to build experience step by step, and got to know a lot of people, and that gave me lots of networking opportunities. I built my resume. Potential employees saw that in my resume, that I want to learn, that I'm willing to learn, and I've published my resume online, and now I get a lot of clicks, a lot of hits and responses. People say, well, we see that from your resume. That's about experience and case. As of the experience and the case, as for Albert's question, can you repeat that question, please? Microphone, please. How clients find you? Microphone, please. Microphone, please. Microphone, please. Microphone, please. Unfortunately, the microphone is not on. That's why we cannot hear and cannot translate. The microphone has to be turned on. The microphone has to be turned on for translation to take place. Without a turned on microphone, we cannot hear what is being said and we cannot translate. As for what motivates, it's not the money, definitely. You have to love what you do. As Magira has said, you have to love yourself. You have to be useful. By the way, many movie types and movie people, they say, if we do it for money, talking about projects, then you have to strive to be useful. You have to be useful to somebody else, and people value that. People see that, and money will follow again. What else can motivate? Again, love thyself. That's pretty much it. So you have to love what you do for the most part. Excellent. And what Camilla has said, our word of mouth works very well. And if you need somebody to hire, we can recommend each other who to hire. We have a community. It might be small, but we support one another, and this is very cool. And also, I can add that the industry is not developed, but every one of us, we're trying to do what we can. Camila, for example, she is mentoring people, and she's tutoring people so that people can start working in animation, in illustration, and she is a very good professional. She teaches people, maybe even future competitors, she teaches people what she does well. I also want to teach people to develop digital art. I work in Quantum Tech, that's an art school, and we have digital art where I actually teach students from year 3 and year 4 how to use Procreate. And each one of us, we try to make our contribution so that there will be many more people who can replace us, who will follow in our wake. Because when we have more people doing this, then there will be demand. There has to be supply before there is demand. And I would like to add, talking about community. So probably I can say that right now with my friends I work on a startup called Profitu. So it was mangak because I am a beginner myself and I work with underground, so I know many people who work with mangaka, etc. So and those they don't know how to publish manga in either physical form or in digital form. They don't know how to publish their manga art. And this month, we have plans to open a site for our manga and for our comic books. And why we're doing that? Because as comic books and animation, live action, or whatever the industry is, but actually it's tied very closely, as you might even much closer than you might even imagine. So how usual animation happens? Somebody writes a script, then pitching happens to a studio, and if a studio accepts that pitch and they find a sponsor, and then the development takes place of animation, of comic books, or of a comic book or live action. But there is a simpler way around, so to speak. That's comic books, for one example. Korean and Japanese schools, how they do it, how the industries do it. They have effing lot manga, they have effing lot comic books, and they look at statistics. What's more popular? Chainsaw, Freedom, for example. So you have to analyze the market. What's popular, what is in demand. So there is definitely a lot of material. There are scripts, there is style, so you can actually already have a fan base that you can cater to. You don't need to worry about whether you will make money out of it or you will go belly up, you will go bust, be it a comic book, be it live action, or be it an animation. So this site will be created for those purposes. If we're going to publish our manga, our comic books, our art, then statistically for producers who will work in this industry, it will be something that they can actually look at and say, well, this product is available, there is demand, we can adapt it. So that is a case that in your startup you can also integrate because that's an alternative way to reach the big industry, the big business. If you can do it, why not do it yourself? Because to publish a comic book, you need a couple of people. For animation, you need a whole team. With a budget, but comic books can be published without a budget, for example. I do that myself, but we have a ticking bomb. And actually, I have. So I think we have a little bit of time for questions from the audience for Q&A. Do we have questions from the audience? So everybody is an introvert in the industry. People are too shy to ask questions, I guess. There are different ways. Number one is through an agency. There are big agencies in Almaty, in Astana, I believe there is somebody is available, and there are many contracts, for example, available not just for design, but for audio rolex, etc.
We are a production studio, that's why they give it away to us. Not worried that they need to bother with it. We will do everything from A to Z. And another pleasant approach when we publish product on different sites and TikTok Live with Singapore office, you know, this streamings live. They texted us down there. Cannot, great job. Let's do something together. We got in touch with them. They told us we have a few ideas, and they matched TikTok gives for us. So you're dancing, singing, or telling something, and the person wants to donate something, and he can choose a small gift like flowers or something, and it's added interactively attached. It's a small work, and we can manage it within a week or two. Yeah, and they tell us you can do that, and we do that. We write documentation, some sort of bureaucracy, and you can find it on YouTube and see a few masks. What's another project that we did? There are some famous guys like Azamat Musagaliyev, Denis Dorkhov. They featured in Irina Karatna movie. Somebody said we need a vehicle in the back, which is riding, which is driving, and they found an FX team, and we did it from first attempt. So the key to success is be in the information field, be on the radar, be a responsible worker. If you underperform, if you don't develop, they will not invite you again. And when I check out the work of my colleagues, it's pretty, it's an all-in-one style. And the person doesn't need a particular style. I know a person, many of you know him, he sits in Aterao and he works with Japanese studios, and he was publishing his works on Twitter, you know. And the Japanese would find him without knowing each other through Google Interpreter, through DeepL. Yeah, Abuka. Yes, please. What if an artist is an introvert? He's a lone wolf. He doesn't want to work with someone. How to find a cool client? Introvert in the real life and in social media, these are two different persons. In social media, there is room to display the creativity, to show what they can display, and it's more important for an employer who would like to see not how he behaves, but a person has come for his talent, for his capabilities and skills and everything. Can I add just a quick remark from my side? If a person is an introvert, I hope to become an extrovert, so you can just draw. You can draw double this size, because there's plenty of content. When there is too much of it, you cannot ignore it. If he doesn't like networking, he doesn't like looking for someone, keep drawing, and you will have so much material that you cannot be ignored. You know, people will come looking after you, and it's not going to be difficult to find requests through internet. Why I'm saying that? Because in the industry, in the community of comics, of manga, a lot of people are drawing 10-15 pages a year. That's too low, you know. And my first release I thought will be 120 pages. I will make it 6 months, and I drew it, and then I did another 120, and then another 80 pages, and there is a lot of material that people will be finding more and more. You don't have to be an extrovert, you know. You can find a friend, a producer who can be doing all this work for you, you know. If you don't like it, you can do it all by yourself. In social media, there are a lot of opportunities. You enter Twitter, you enter Instagram, a lot of great artists that are drawing and they're getting 100, 200,000 likes, and you just don't know how he looks because he's not showing up on the internet, you know. It doesn't matter for him. I used to say that drawing, it's arts, it's craftsman, you know, because speaking is not drawing. When you speak a lot but you do very little, you won't get much popularity. Albert, whom I'm working with, I'm working in the cinema studio as an storyboard artist. He found me because I wasn't keen to find him. I wasn't looking for anyone, and that's how I started developing. If you're an introvert, then the most important is the content. It doesn't matter if you're an introvert. It's not a problem. I think percentage of people in Kazakhstan that buying comics is not that big, even in large cities. People have tried this format, you know, but of content and seem to like it. But let's look at US or Europe, you know, and it's a lot bigger, and this culture is a lot more developed down there than here. So what do you feel? It seems like lately more and more people familiarize themselves with this format of content. What do you feel? What is the current trend? We're talking more about comics, right? So do you see they're getting more involved and engaged with? I think there is more interest, definitely. Like, look at us sitting here. Maybe this way you can influence your society. And the society is always willing to talk about something. Maybe the supply comes first. I believe so. And it's not by chance that these comics were developed in US. They were promoting something, some news agenda and so on. In our country, for instance, the mood and the minds of people are having serious effect, and maybe that's how you can express your thoughts and so on. But if we speak about local market, manga, comics, or in general, generally speaking, in general, give a round of applause who's watching anime. Give a round of applause for reading manga. Give a round of applause to those who read books. The demand for content is there. People just don't know that there's some Kazakh content, you know. And if you develop it, that's great, you know. Because people got used to watching it, to reading it. They just don't know that the product is there. They just didn't know that in general, I believe that. You don't need to put this product at local format. You can try to export it. 20 million people is not the limit. You can go beyond it. Tell not only about CIS, but also Europe and the West and everything. And go wider, go bigger. Let's take one more question. Time is running out. My name is Nur Sultan. Thanks for putting it together. It's really interesting to hear your insights from this domain. As a person who is a stranger to animation and art, but in the future I may need it, as I presume. What if I have some people who can start working with me in animation? So how can you start making animation with neural networks? Does AI help create animation, and what apps or programs you can advise for such beginners as myself? You're getting me into the minefield. It's really painful for everyone. Pinterest were on strike against AI because in the first Midjourney version they were learning by what's out there on the internet, and it was kind of an average style that they borrowed from Pinterest, and people and the artists were replacing their works. In 2010 they published it, they deleted and they write a banner saying no AI at our station. I'm sorry, yeah. It's a painful topic, and we were discussing it before coming here and sitting down, like how are we going to talk about it? But we're getting there. It's not. I wouldn't call it the right way from the standpoint of creativity. I can tell you a lot of services. It's a suicide not to learn what's going on working in this field. Whether we do it, whether we use it, we can for some concepts. But oftentimes it's absolutely not appropriate, and there is a person who can put together a sketch and will nail it. If there is no such opportunity, there is some grading. AI could be massive because you can enter some app, you send a picture, do myself a Pixar character, and they go to another app and you ask him to animate, and then the more content comes, the more used to it, and we can tell this is done by a person, this is done by an artist, and this is done by AI. So Hicksville Kazakh AI, it's different in terms of video, in terms of image generation, but I like the most Midjourney generation 6 in terms of cartoons. It's giving now and then something interesting, similar to a hand of a human artist. Two entries, it would be easier for you if you were a prompt engineer, and secondly, if you were a real artist, you can create something of your own. This way, that way, he's learning, and then you get a prompt with some references, with some links, and this is how it could be done. At the exit, he gives you 450p, 420p. You wouldn't even get full HD no matter how much you pay as part of your subscription. I would like to add quickly in terms of AI. Either in this or next year, we had Unifest in Astana and Almaty, and those of you who watched it remember tennis animation that did promo for it. There was promo animation, and can prove that it was beautiful and it really had an impulse, so that in the long run we had a mental link with this company from OU. It's about friendliness, you know, because in my experience, just by scrolling the internet, companies that are using AI, in long run, they're not engaging the audience. It's more like a fast food content, you know. It can help you in short run, but in long run, it will most likely kill the company. And the companies who have the soul, where you feel it was caring, it was patiently, meticulously done, it feels a lot friendlier. It feels a lot more good faith and scrupulous, and you can trust it, because AI has a lot of negative connotation, and if a company wants to be in arts domain, then you have to realize that you enter the arts domain to engage people from art that are interested in arts, and they have high standards, you know. With AI, you're just going to draw and lure the people that are not interested in art, so it's not going to be useful. If your goal is to make themes, then it's a startup that can be a good, hot, popular app for a while, and then you will just fade into insignificance. Otherwise, I would suggest to work with even amateur studios, and it's going to be a lot more valuable. Yeah, thank you. Very interesting, indeed. All in all, this has been truly a fascinating meeting, if I may say so. Yeah, I wish we had more time to sit and to talk things thoroughly. The time is gone a long time ago. Thanks for coming. Thanks for giving us the whole hour. We'll wrap up this animation panel session, animation and art, and would like to thank moderator Albert Ascarle for
Hello, hello. So I guess I won't be running on the podium, running around on the podium. I can speak from here. So is there a portable mic? Because I would like to be able to move on the stage. So am I going to have the clicker to move the slides? Okay, that's much better. So thank you very much. Thank you for still being here on Saturday in the afternoon. My name is Akmal. So that's my QR code on LinkedIn. I'm from Tashkent. We have a game studio called X Games. So somebody, yes, somebody is using a camera here. So for my QR code, you can still see it. A little bit about myself. I've been in this industry for 15 years. We do have a gaming industry in Uzbekistan, by the way, however surprised you might be. We've been building an ecosystem in Uzbekistan for gaming. I call them attempts, really. So the last one didn't die out. It's still operational, and it's not just me who is developing the community, but many other people, and all our startups are linked to gaming, or they use game tech. And the main question that I used to hear before, and which might still be relevant for younger people, people used to move away from Uzbekistan to Holland, to the US. I speak English fluently, so I can work abroad. People ask me, why are you here? And I never thought about moving away from Uzbekistan, but the question is valid. So there are pros and cons for both staying in Uzbekistan and moving away. So I decided to draw up those pros and cons. Number one, people. People we know, the culture we know. If you haven't traveled, go to Europe and see whether they like the permissive culture. I don't like it myself. And a question, and actually I did want to move away until 2010. So that was my idea, but then the political regime changed, reforms began. With a new president, reforms began in earnest in Uzbekistan. So that's why I stayed put. So people always have their reasons to stay put. But just imagine, I have a friend in Holland. Let's imagine my moving to Canada. Canada, instead of 1,000 games, would have produced 1,001 game. But in Uzbekistan, I account for all 3 games produced in Uzbekistan. Just let's measure the impact. Your impact in Germany, in Canada, in Ireland will be 0. Infinitesimally close to 0. Networking as well. When you're in business, when you do something with people, your networking grows, and you will have noticed that yourself. If you deal with people for a long time, usually people grow. Not your acquaintances also grow professionally. So that networking also helps, and the market. The market is empty. In Central Asia, the market is empty. We know that MENA, Saudi Arabia spends more money on games than the US per capita. So that's a market that we understand that Americans don't, which might be our advantage, competitive advantage. Have you been to Uzbekistan? At least half of you. Our population is 38 million. We are procreating like crazy. Why, I don't know. The population is very young, 55% younger than 30. There was an argument that I used to have then. In Almaty, there is a big Russian community, and in Tashkent, there are no Russians left. Actually, that's not true. It's just we are procreating like crazy in Uzbekistan. That's why there are more Uzbeks than Russians. Tashkent is the third largest city in the former Soviet Union, after Moscow and St. Petersburg. Pretty much everybody speaks two languages, Uzbek and Russian. Some people call us the safest country in the world, though that might be true. Food is also cheap. So you can eat plov for $1. For $1, that's it. What else do you need? Some people say, when I was in Holland, I went to a restaurant and I was charged 40 euros for my meal. Why? Why? I definitely won't be making 40 times more in Holland while I pay for my food at the restaurant $1. So your lifestyle will change. So people who want to move away, so there are people, just don't look at salaries only, but look at the purchasing capacity of your salary. You can make 5,000 euro in Germany, and you'll be living worse. You'll be worse off compared to making $500 in Astana. People. So 38 million people in Uzbekistan. Uzbeks account for about 80% of population. What is the most popular last name in Uzbekistan? Karimov? No, it's Kim. Kim. Because there are many Koreans in Uzbekistan. I've had a business partner for 10 years, an ethnic Korean. It's another fact that many people don't know about. In Tashkent and Almaty, in Astana, your friends can be Russian, Tatar, Korean. You won't have that in Tbilisi because every friend will be Georgian. Not every country in the former Soviet Union have this type of multiculturality historically. In Tashkent, again, every friend that I have is from a different ethnic background, and that is great in terms of cultural enrichment. Reforms, let's mention that. I believe that Bishkek blazed the trail here. For IT, there were special preferences. So the powers that be decided to create good conditions for IT people. We have great preferences compared to Kazakhstan, for example. The tax regime is much more lenient. So at Astana Hub, there are some preferences that you get from turnover. But from your payroll, your tax preferences here in Kazakhstan are much smaller compared to what we enjoy in Uzbekistan. And by the way, if you don't have tax credits in Uzbekistan, that's 24%. It's 3 times less. That's why our export grows. We have a lot of IT services expert. It's not just gaming. I'm talking about IT services. Game dev. There is such a thing as a game dev map. I looked at it in the morning. There is no Astana on that map. If you have studios in Astana, just to make sure that the developers of this map knows about you. There is Almaty on that map. When I started to develop games in Uzbekistan, I wrote to the developers of those maps, and now Tashkent is on the map. Now we have 12 companies. So you can see, if you look at the map, there is Almaty, there is Tashkent, there is no Astana on that map, by the way. So I added X Games to the map, and others also followed me. X Games is a large gaming studio in Uzbekistan with a good office, not in a basement somewhere. I used to have offices in the basement in the past, but now it's a regular office. We employ 100 people. We do a lot of stuff. We are an exporter because we export games. we generate money in dollars, but for the most part, our revenue is in dollars, and according to this, and that's why we appeared on that pie chart, 9%. So we are ahead of SaaS. I'm happy. As for studios, as I would say that these are 20 studios, so that's official data from the IT park. 27 companies in the IT park, but keep in mind that many people who register, they just add this to their profile. Maybe gaming is not their core function, but it's just additional. How many of them really deal with games and get most of their revenue from games? But officially 27. Indie teams 50. That's whom I know. If I don't know you, I can't count you among those 50. So I've decided to do something with that data finally, and we decided to get together and ask what the indie developers do, what they need, and what they want. So out of those 50 indie developers, we ask, that's from the IT park on the residents. That's the data. You get a lot of white noise because not everybody works in gaming, but at least 60 people work in gaming. So that's the official number of legal entities who work in games. That's that number, I believe. So that number is plausible. But how accurate it is, I can't say. So going back to our indie developers, our indie teams, we see that the teams are small, which is a big plus. On average, 3 people for the most part. And for the future, AI revolution is better. It's much better if you are small than big. And large companies, as you can see, we don't have a large number of those. In terms of roles, I was surprised because people who don't know anything call themselves game designers, because to be a game designer is very difficult, by the way, but for some reason I'm surprised by that. But many people believe that game dev is just a developer because, but I'm a musician, that I'm an e-musician. I wouldn't agree that game dev is development, but actually, yes, game dev is driven by IT people. But nevertheless, that's a pretty diverse picture, and I believe that this number requires validation because game designer, that's a very difficult specialty. In terms of age distribution, it's mostly young people. It's mostly young people, but old people like me, they also are involved. But for the most part, we have more young people. As for women, plus minus, this percentage is accurate. So 70% are without a single female in the team. So that makes sense. But at least we have some teams with women, at least with one woman. Age of companies, so I don't know, companies in quotation marks, how many of them have a legal personality, but out of those indies, so usually that's young teams, but there are some old teams from who've been doing something from 2018. What else did we ask? So what kind of games they would like to develop, what genre? So we see that that we have a few city builders, which says what, that indie developers are not educated. They don't know where the money is, and the money is at city builders because the development of developers is what they develop games that they play themselves, and not games for which there is demand. So everybody knows don't do platformer, but why? Because there are more than 2,000 platformer games. Why do it again? But still, people still produce those games. So Unity here is ahead. Unreal is not popular. So I was concerned that Unreal wasn't popular in Uzbekistan, that Uzbekistan will never become a top gaming country now with the appearance of Clot, AI and Unity. They're like bread and butter, or like jelly and peanut butter. It's much better to develop gaming startup with on Unity. Godot, I'm not sure. As for visuals, so at least people try to go for 3D and 2D. I'm not sure if there is demand for 2D, but there are some startups that make 2D, and actually they make millions. 2D hasn't disappeared, but 3D is much more profitable, and probably the saddest slide. So the same guy from Astana, no budget, no budget. So without money, you have to produce a game. So plus or minus, that's what happens for most people. So at least now there are grants available. I'm not sure if you have grants for game development. That's a very painful issue. We have grants in Uzbekistan, but unfortunately it's part of the presidential grant. It's not that the game developers decide who should receive a grant. It's just a big competition. Uh, and why can't you release a game? Actually, that's my wrong. I didn't ask the question correctly. Is that your first game, or did you fail to release a game? So it's not clear actually what I wanted to get out of this. But nevertheless, why a game wasn't released? Because there was a time of priority in money, in time, team collapsed, so team collapsed and money, that's probably the same question. Scope, some people underestimated the scope, so and motivation, money, and the team fell apart. That's pretty much one reason. So there are many reasons why games are not released. And I also asked what the main problems with the development. We see here that 61% of the respondents say there is no money. I would argue that money is the absolute obstacle, because some games get released with no money. But what is the problem with no money? I am against just giving money to everybody who decides to publish a game. But if guys have a Steam page, if they have some kind of traction, if they have some kind of record to speak of, well, if there is no money, they can't release any games. So if, again, they have a record, there is still some smoke, but there is no fire yet. So that's usually when money becomes indispensable, and that's when money is the reason why people go away from gaming. They can't find $10,000 or $20,000, and they can't go for a release. Out of those 70%, maybe half of them are empty, but I guess some of those percentages could have resulted in a good game. Education, I'm not sure to what extent that is a issue is resolved, but in Central Asia, it's a big problem. If you speak Russian, because in Kazakhstan everybody speaks Russian, in Uzbekistan 80% of the population don't speak Russian. Young people don't speak Russian. They might know English, but natively they speak Uzbek. So education is a big problem as well. In Central Asia, no, you can't become a gamer or game developer by education. You can't go to university and get that degree. So that report is pretty much ready. It has been assembled. So So one page is here is about my incubator. It's my community inside Tashkent. So in the second page is X Games. Our site will publish this report on both pages. Actually, we'll hold a roundtable and we will discuss this report on the 20th of October. So by the end of October, it will be published on both sites. So in one of those sites, on both actually. If you're interested, then you can actually download it from one of those websites, and it's rich with data about money, etc., etc. That's pretty much it for my presentation. I have 5 minutes left. I'm here. If you have any questions, I'll be only too happy to answer any and all of them. Or you can actually see me in the hallway.
О, я сел. Если есть вопросики, пожалуйста. Да.
Can hear the question because the mic is not. It's a great question. We as X Games are paying more because finding the right specialist could be difficult. A junior developer of analog skill, if its salary was $500, then they would pay $100, but the game startup will be paying less because there's no money. Two problems: if it's a big studio, plus you'll have plus 15% premium, but in most cases you'll have minus 25. But the game studio will give you an option, and they will say if the game is out, we'll give you a bonus. If you go for indie story, then the salary is lower there. Then the salaries are higher. But to take an average salary, junior developer is getting $600. Yeah, junior developer in Tashkent, around $600. I've seen even $300 in Headhunter. In my startup 5 years ago, I started at $200, and they were cool guys anyway. Because some people go into game dev not to make money, but it's like playing in a rock band, you know. Sometimes developers are making most than others, sometimes lowest, you know. But they still have a bonus system. The salaries in game dev, in general, are lower, but bonuses are high. So annual bonuses could be like 5 or 10 year salaries, you know, because we live from one release to another release, and I think this is the most appropriate motivation system, you know. For instance, you work in Caspia, fintech, like how you calculate it. We did this month more transactions because there is no release cycle. While GTA stuff are making a game for 5 years and nobody knows how much they're making, it's obvious that you will get a super premium bonus when the game flies. But we've seen many cases. Subnautica case, where publisher deceived, the guys cut the bonuses and took away the game. That also happens sometimes. Oftentimes, in case of a startup, it could be lower, but it's a hobby. But if it's a premium studio, then the salary could be higher because you can. It will be hard to find senior developer in Tashkent and Astana or Almaty. That's why you're premium, because companies want you to be an offline staff, be in office. You know, that's how it is. We can talk for a long time about money. It's a painful issue. Speaking of X Games, we're going more for outsourcing. You know, in Russia and Belarus, there is World of Ships, and largest, well, pretty not the largest part, but a relatively big chunk of content is done by the team in Tashkent. It could be content outsourcing. It could be both programming and content. You have more experience for sure in it. How do you put together the amount? So like indie developer, you made a game, there is a release, the financial part is coming. So how do you put together this amount, not to make it too cheap when an investor comes. So that it was not too heavy to pull it further at your cost, because there are some commitments. The best way for indie is wishlisted. If you're talking about indie for PC, you're saying that the game is needed for someone. There are wishes list. You're making a page in Steam. The game is not ready. The game coming after a long time. You're talking about mobile app, about mobile game, most likely. There are 2 points here. The most cost will come when you build it. Then the metrics is like business, SaaS, LTV. Here is my SaaS, here is LTV. Then it's a service game. Game as a service. Because you calculate it as a multiplier from your earnings, x10. I do it for myself. I have everything. So how do I calculate it so that it was positive for me? So how do I put together a service? I don't fully get it. You're a developer and you are making money yourself. Then where's the problem? I don't get it. If you want to engage an investor, right, to scale your product up, your math is pretty simple. You take annual profit and multiply it by 10. 10 is max, you know. An investor can argue with it. So the multiplier is minimum is 3. Well, in this product, it's from 5 to 10. It's x5 to x10. The value of your game is net profit a year multiplied by 10. Because the game is not going to die in the nearest run. It will grow and make money. If you make $10,000 a year, potentially you can sell yourself in 10,000, roughly speaking, and that's where you draw investment from. Usually it's how it is, you know, 10x from 5 to 10 for this type of projects. You spoke about Cloud and Unity. Can you tell, to an extent possible, where you see highest boosts in effectiveness in terms of Hleb and Rama? Well, you remember that advertisement about bread and this butter called Rama. Cloud has MCP plugin for Unity. So Cloud can not only Cloud. There's a Cloud CI, there's a Cloud code, and you can embed it inside Unity. You know, it could. You can code inside the project and can write the files and everything. Plus, you have MCP. When Unity begins, you don't even touch Unity. Cloud will be opening object for you and will fine-tune editor scripts. Since Unity interface is super easy, it's like a constructor. Unreal is a lot more difficult. That you can ask to do a Flappy Bird. It will create not only script but game objects and launch everything and so on. So I don't know what comes next. You know, it's like a construction set, like a building set. I think that for the flow production, maybe it's too early, but for super cool prototyping, you know, that 3 months is seem to be fine for a prototype. 3-5 people is good, and how much waste, and then it's otherwise it's Unity MCP, and you get prototype in 1 or 2 or 3 days. It's real fast iteration. There is a Cloud for 1 million tokens. You know, a small indie game, full production would also be possible. You shouldn't sit and wait. You need to become one. You know, the time is up. Thank you very much. Now the second keynote speaker has finished. his presentation Game Dev in Uzbekistan, and we'll announce a short break. Take a short rest and recharge. After the break, we'll proceed with the third keynote speaker, Game in Development and Operation in 2025. Dear colleagues, here is the QR code, GCA community. There are all our speakers, the materials and pictures, presentation, and everything is in there. There will be after party, just not far away from here. After party. And maybe you would judge yourself whether it's worth listening to my opinion or not. And I will begin with a short disclaimer. I believe that every speech, every presentation is a story for you, that you were thinking, or went for fact-checking, or just extended your outlook. So everything what I'm going to say is solely my perspective, incorrect, requiring additional checkup. I came to game dev around 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago. I came from information security to gaming side. I was supporting the users, community management, and other work at playing experience. Then I went to product management, game design, and I was responsible for franchise mainstream area that back then was most successful My Spy product on the market. Then I switched to Playrix, where I spent wonderful 6 years of my life. Absolutely fascinating. I came to the same position. I was a project manager. Over the period of my work, along with my colleague, we led it to top 1 among all companies. We took over Heyday. Then I work in R&D Playrix. We did a lot of prototypes as a gaming producer, and then I did some creative work. At the end of my journey, I spent 3 years in managing game studios. It's a huge unit, 2,500 people, before COVID, before the war. And the final point in the company that I feel is the most important is restructuring of the company. I was responsible for the exit of Playrix in Russia and in Belarus as the war began, and I moved to Kazakhstan at the same time. That has changed my life, and that brought Playrix to Kazakhstan. And I'm delighted about it, certainly. Then I spent 1 year at Quantum, at CEO at SEO. Quantum is one of the largest publisher out of top 10 idle tech on the market. Two in top three products at Quantum. I met then Roman, the founder of Grand Mobile, the person who did the most successful revenue product in Kazakhstan, in terms of revenue in Kazakhstan. And here I'm in front of you. Now, briefly about the studio so that you have some setup to see what I'm going to talk to later, why I'm thinking this way or another way, and what are the trends, to see where I'm coming from. Grand Games is a game that grew out of GTA RP servers. He invested the first money into development of first mobile app. That's how Grand Mobile came around. Grand Mobile is one of the GTA-like open world sandbox at the open market. Now the product is steadily in top 3 in CS in the genre of role games. A long time it was in top 5 in Russia. Since the launch, the product has earned more than $35 million with a really decent return on investment. We are spending a lot less than we earn, and we invest a lot of efforts into scaling this product up outside of CIS, and we certainly develop additional areas. We're currently thinking about sequel of Grand Mobile. We're trying to come up with something new in terms of game design and to move away from some technical limitations that we used to have at the beginning. We're developing a small product for Telegram because we want to feel this Messenger as a new platform for the games. We see that there's a great deal of popularity that these platforms are showing in Asia, in South Korea, in China. Games and messengers are growing, and as this niche in Telegram is expanding, we decided to go for it. And this year we launched AI agents for social projects, for public projects, government projects, and some of what we did were green-lighted by our large customers. And in summer this year we witnessed a major event. We purchased control package of stocks of a Kazakh developer, E-Menu. It's an aggregator for delivery of food from restaurant, and we are evolving it into a larger ecosystem, and we want to bring some services to Kazakhstan related to Horeca or restaurant business that wasn't there yet. And here is I would like to tell you about today. It's an important thing. So what's happening with the game industry in general, and my take on it. So looking at numbers from year 20, I decided not to go any further back in the history. It's an interesting trend. In 2020, we saw the largest surge in revenue of game industry, percentage-wise, for the entire history. This was down to COVID. We can put down to COVID, and a lot of people were stuck at home, locked at home. We're looking for some entertainment, and the audience that was consuming video games grew. significantly, and there were a lot of new entrants and investments in this game industry, a lot of large conglomerates. Everyone were expecting exorbitant revenues, and with the expectations that it will remain. In 2021, the growth was only 5%, and it's an absolute record. As of now, it's the peak of COVID growth with $190 billion. In 2022, it was a setback. It was coming to normal, and all the forecasts of analysts that were promising $200+ billion didn't happen because people went back to their regular life. Those who were donating went back to their usual hobby.
So people went back to their old hobbies, people began to travel, and they started to do again those things that they liked, and the industry collapsed basically. In 2024, we saw just a little bit of growth, but in 2025 has been an outlier in many ways, and we will see why now. So if you look at the distribution of revenue and profits among platforms, the numbers actually didn't change that much. I excluded all the small niches. Yes, web gaming is still out there, but it accounts for less than 1% of what is going on in the industry. And all the analysts actually made the bet that mobile gaming would grow. But in 2025, that growth has been inimical. Why? In the market, global changes and interesting changes have taken place. Why? What kind of changes? So two main players, Microsoft and Sony, they started to move from console exclusivity. That provided a huge boost, and everybody also had waited with bated breath the release of Godot. So in 2025, the initial forecast was 50 billion plus, and everybody was saying Godot and Nintendo Switch 2.0. Of course, Godot wasn't released, so that's why now growth would be around 2%, and the market would be valued at 190 billion, or even less. Definitely not 250 plus, as had been expected. So what kind of conclusion can we make out of it? From those numbers, now I can shape a couple of trends. Number one, what is going on mobile-wise? Mobile-wise, we see that there is a red ocean forming. The red ocean in business, that means that the market is oversaturated and it's extremely competitive. When you want to find a niche and want to find an audience. So that means 2 or 3 or 4 years ago, the simplest way to make money and to recover your initial investment was to just release Merge 2 or Merge 3 or City Builder, but now it's unreal. If you really want to make money sustainably, if you want to make money long term, to release a hit, it's impossible to do that with a small team. Why? Because competition, first and foremost, in terms of marketing, that's colossal, that competition for eyeballs. Interest is also growing for mid-core and hardcore products, and we don't have more of them. Everybody started to make hyper-casual. Everybody started to make casual, which couldn't compete with large brands. But at the same time, we don't have a lot of innovative, good mid-core and hardcore products. Most money in that niche still goes to large titles and franchises. That's something that you definitely should pay attention to. Number two, PC gaming. That was unexpected because nobody expected this change of policy from Sony. Nobody expected for Microsoft to fall away. And the audience that we won and we gained during COVID, it was more hardcore. That audience now understands what they want. They control their behavior as consumers, and they are much more selective in their approach. Number three, global market globalization. We see that large publishers continue an active M&A policy, so that means they have more deals on mergers and acquisitions. If you follow news, Electronic Arts now has been taken private, which changes the picture because before that they were publicly traded, they had transparency, etc. This story shows that people need to go to market. But at the same time, we see more and more studios founded by market veterans with a lot of networking, with a name. It's easier for them to attract investment, but at the same time, they do games not just to make money. They have an idea, they develop that idea, but at the same time they have an experience to fall back on, and then they put around themselves young developers. You've heard about the story of playwright SQ, and that's a very good story. It illustrates my point very well. And the next trend, games as a service. From 2020, that was definitely a cash cow that everybody was running after. Everybody was crazy about that. In 2024, in 2025, that cash cow was basically slain, slaughtered in terms of huge financial failures, in terms of product being discontinued without even being released in any kind of meaningful way. And we definitely see fatigue, player fatigue, we see investor fatigue as well. But at the same time, we also see counterexamples. So to recap everything that I've said, we see that over the last 2 years, we have had a number of highly successful innovative products, and not just from the point of view of reception, but also commercially. Freedom Come, that's definitely an authorship product from another product from Hideo Kazima. That was a big game sponsored by a large corporation, but that's an authorship product, very niche and clearly obscure, which also surprised everybody because it was a game that nobody expected anything from. Also, if you look at the result of for this year from ratings, you'll be surprised and you'll be taken aback that the top 2 places right now in terms of the highest rating places of this year is Hate 2 and Silksong. So those are 2 indie products developed by small teams. Yes, expected. Yes, they had a lot of hype around them, but they are indie games. And that goes to show that the audience has become super hyper selective, and they go for what is of interest to them, to the audience. What else from my stand-up? So let's talk about the important stuff now. What can we expect in 2026 based on those trends from 2025, and what can we expect from the main players in the industry? In 2026, Grand Theft Auto 6 will be released. So it will be a big event. It will be a landmark event that will shape what's going on in the industry throughout 2026. Why? Because if we look at the numbers, then the officially released development budget for this game is 1 billion plus. Given that there will be a lot of marketing and post-market development, so the overall budget will be about 2 billion. without a precedent. The game has been in development for 11 years and in active development for 8 years. That's also record-breaking. So if you look at those numbers, you might think that it looks like a very strange investment to sink 2 billion into a computer game. But if you move further, we will understand that Rockstar Games for 500 million they develop Red Dead Redemption. That's a Western, and Western usually commercially less successful, but nevertheless, they sold 77 million copies, and they made 2 billion officially from that game. So if we go back to 2013, and if we understand that from the release of Grand Theft Auto 5, a lot of time has passed, then the budget of this game was 250 million, and 250 copies were sold, 8 billion in profits. That's profits just from direct sales. In-game sales, that's a different number, probably comparable to the 8 billion. So I actually added up all the numbers, and given that the retail price of this game will be the same, so Rockstar actually will need to sell only 40 million copies in order to make the same kind of money, 8 billion. So definitely Grand Theft Auto will be highly successful. Why is that important? It's important because it's not just a game. It's a phenomenon from the point of view of hype. And undoubtedly, even from friends who are not gamers, who are not gamers at all, you've seen interest in Grand Theft Auto. GTA, and that interest is ubiquitous. It's everywhere. It's a system seller. So if we're talking about the system here is humanity, that means that it can attract to the industry a lot of new people. The same happened with COVID. A lot of new people came into gaming, and they stayed. They now look at gaming as a hobby, and now they've become a target audience. Rockstar also is flirting with what they're not trying to compete with the gaming industry. They've won that competition, so they've moved their releases. Nobody wants to be released around Grand Theft Auto. And because of that mass effect, many people believe and expect that GTA will be a product that will cannibalize the audience from other media products. They will not be competing with other games. They will be competing with Netflix. They will be competing with Amazon. They will be promoting their product in a different way. And globally, that's good for us because the industry will get new players, the audience will expand, but what's more important for young developers is that when you have a game with a budget of 2 billion, it will recoup that investment. It will be profitable. That means there will be more investors ready to give you money for game development, because up to this point game development was a very niche type of investment. So I will try to speak faster and speed up a little bit here. From everything that I've said, we have several principles which I believe will be a good playbook for you. Number one, we believe that hardcore for mobile games has huge potential. Definitely there is more demand from players, there is stable interest, and also there is not just player interest but investor interest. We have seen this interest from niche investors such as large publishers, and also private individuals who want to invest game development, who want to see what it's all like. Number two, We believe that we need to look for inspiration everywhere. Games have become a mass media product, and you cannot research just your niche, your genre, or just video games as a whole. We need to pay attention to research that goes beyond video games. What's happening with TV shows, or with TikTok, or with music. For example, here in the former Soviet Union, we pioneered natively integrated ad campaigns. We collaborated with large companies from Russia, such as Yandex and Sberbank and VK and other producers. And that's a story that we borrowed not from game dev, but from different. So that's a good platform for us to sell ads. If we had followed the standard way and did everything that everybody else did, that idea would never have been born. We believe that you can make great quality with adequate costs using modern instruments. You just keep to pay attention to what you do and how you want to get it done. Technology is developing by leaps and bounds. So you have new tools available in your toolkit, and spending time and money on R&D it's more important now than ever. If you're just trying to move ahead at any cost, it will be difficult for you because you will be missing out on things that can save you a bundle in terms of money and time. And the last thing about balance. Yes, Akmal was absolutely correct. People build games that they want to play themselves, which is incorrect. You have to find the balance between a game that is of interest to you, of interest to your audience, and which will be commercially successful. It's bad to build a game that you don't want to play yourself, but it's equally bad to build a game that nobody will play. So I'm being asked to wrap up. Do I have 2 more minutes? Okay. So I guess I will jump to my last slide. So I'm putting a quote here. Whose quote is it? Because we're talking about AI, and everybody talks about AI. This whole event is built around AI, and we hear that about AI from every fridge and from every toaster. But just a minute, why that is good? Why I want everybody who plays games, who develops games, why you need to be mindful of AI. AI is a great instrument. It's a great tool, but it's a tool. Everybody's been talking about AI as some kind of holy grail that will save everything, that will replace everybody, that will get you fired, or something else. Please don't look at it this way. AI will not fill your gaps. Garbage in, garbage out will remain the same. When Photoshop appeared and many people started to use it, that was a great technology. Did people start to draw better? No, no. It's not an art tool. The same with AI. If you put garbage in, you will get garbage out from AI as well. If you don't know how games work, the results will be equally bad, just as bad. Please, yes, of course, keep an eye out on AI. Be mindful of what your advantages and disadvantages are. Think about how AI can improve what you do. Don't get stuck on what is popular in the market. That's not the best solution every time. I think everybody has seen great thumbnails on YouTube, but you can definitely see that was AI generated. And people will stop reacting to anything that is AI generated if it doesn't grab them. So AI will not replace the human being. And again, if you don't know where to the beginning, ask your AI assistant. If you ask your AI assistant, you will get good recommendations on how to work with AI, how to put in prompts, which language to use, which role to assign to your AI assistant, and your results will grow in quality. Definitely, AI is the future, and it's a tool that will simplify and improve the quality of mobile and not just only mobile gaming. So that's it for me. Thank you very much. This concludes this session. Thank you very much to Anton.
At this point in time, I have a great deal of respect for you. We have highly interesting content. We have a mega speaker, Sergey, 19 years in game development. I was lucky to attend a session where Sergey has laughing at game development. It was better than any stand-up. I want to give the floor to Sergey. He has really cool content. We have only 30 minutes, but he has content for hours, you know. So we'll see how it goes. And then we'll pass the floor over to Alexandra Knisheva. I visited his roast stand-up show. I was super fast, so super funny. Where can you find him? He will be around for a while. And then there's also QR code. It's GCA community of our Telegram. So Sergey is also there in that group. Really cool topic on artists. So where you go. Last time I read this last time. The timer is flying, I see. Last time it took 2 hours, but now I try my best to fit it into 30 minutes. Can I ask you some questions so that I would know who's doing this? Who is already working in game dev? Give a round of applause, okay. Who's not working in game dev, but who really wants to go to game dev? Okay. Who are you? The rest? You just came to city. Okay, so let's begin storytelling. My name is Sergey. I was born and raised in Pavlodar. I think nobody needs to know what is Pavlodar. If you like to know, then we can talk separately. We can call Pavlodar IT capital city. It could be of Kazakhstan, you know. It could be metallurgy capital city, with a lot of factories. And then Sergey at the age of 14 because of having very weak computer. That's what it was like. I'm sure many of you didn't see this type of computer. This is my working station. Really weak working station, and I was trying to do something else, not only play the games, you know. I got 3ds Max and I started making some models. We had a private house. Do we have someone from Kazakh Telecom? No one? I hate you guys. I didn't have any internet for a long time. I didn't have a landline at all. And then I got this thing. Old schools remember this one. The youngsters don't know. It's a modem for the internet, but it's a primitive technology. You had to really call the internet, literally call the internet. You would occupy the home line. No one can reach you via the phone. The people were yelling, shouting at you. It would cost you exorbitant money, but this was the first available internet. With the access of internet, I found out ICQ. It's like Telegram in the past was ICQ, and there were some kind of forums. How can I explain what is a forum? You write something in threads and they immediately reply, and then you write something and then you check out did they reply you in one day or not. That's how it worked. And when it all happened in my life, I accidentally ran into modes for GTA San Andreas. People were doing some cars, some characters, you know. This was fun. I would install it upon my game, and then I ran into guys that built a 5-story panel building to GTA, and that really conquered me. I got interested, and I built my own commercial 3D model. Here is a gas station. It's an awesome one. As most of you do not come from game dev, I can say it's an awesome one. It's a weak one, frankly speaking, but I thought, wow, it was so cool. 23rd February, it was holiday back then at school or at college, 2007. I finished this model. I sent it. So that I would be hired to mod GTA Criminal Russia. But they didn't take me. They said, well, you need to learn more skills. I got offended, but I somehow didn't give up. And instead of giving up, I went and at this forum, I built a separate topic and I said, I will do my own GTA Pavlodar with Khrushchevki and so on, an aluminium factory. These were the models that I did in 1 year or 2 years time. I learned a lot in this domain. I was working in this field, and back in those days there was no internet, there was no YouTube. The only window to game dev was the magazine, Igromania, others. But what we got was PC games. There were 2 discs, and my favorite ones was Diary of Game Developers. Only there I could see behind the curtain what's happening, how real developers look like, how their studio looks like. And as a guy from Pavlodar, I couldn't even dream about it, to work in game dev, you know. So I was so far away, I couldn't even dream about it. Game dev was so far away in US. That's how I came to know that the developers would look like this. There's a big guys with beards in US. I was a big guy with a beard, but not in US. These were my first $310 that I made a 3D model in KingDev while I was still in Pavlodar. The date is incorrect, 11 July 2010, but most likely this was 2007, 2008. I didn't know I should have kept this cash. I got this as a transfer for my work. That was my fee. And the lady was asking, "Would you like dollars or tenge?" I said, "Can I get tenge?" And then changed to dollars. And I said, "Why?" I just would like to touch it, you know. And I took a picture of this salary, you know, in game dev. That was a huge fortune. I bought a new monitor. So this was my journey, a lengthy one. And when I meet people that are interested in game dev and something, I always ask them, welcome to game dev. And when I tell them, I usually get two answers, two reactions. The first is, it's complicated. That's fine. If we don't know what it is. It's the usual fear, you know. It's complicated. Well, you need to learn it. That's normal. You just need to overcome it and just do it. And secondly, you need to learn how to draw something. Well, at this point, when people say you need to draw and I don't have a talent, I'm so bad. That's the main thesis of my report, because I'm going to tell you the occupations in game dev. Sometimes you need to learn how to draw. Sometimes you even don't need to know how to draw to be a CG artist in game dev. CG artist in game dev, I call CG. This is a CG artist. CG is computer graphics. Computer graphics can be divided into two types. It's 2D and 3D graphics. Not even graphics, but the projects themselves are divided into 3D and 2D. We'll make this slide even more complicated. And then, along the way, now we will see this type of icons. One with this feather, as I call it, or a pencil. It means that you need a graphic tablet to draw something, you know, to be and have some skills. Second is a mouse. It means that you don't need to learn how to draw. This is just to illustrate it, things up. Time is running and pushing me to tell you things fast. What are 2D games? I see a lot of ladies that will definitely have some Match 3 from Playrix, this type of games. Who knows how it's called? I always forget what it is. Nyam Nyam. Nyam Nyam, they call it. Terraria. For some reason, there are no youngsters on all this, and these ones, anime girls, text quests. What are the artists in 2D and 3D? Oh yeah, by the way, it's a great slide. I don't know if you see it, but even here it's hard to 2D graphics can be divided into two main dimensions. Raster is what they draw as usual. While vector, when they draw with the mouse, you know, you draw the lines. And I will illustrate it. I made deliberately this image because vector graphics is equally as good as raster data, as raster graphics. Sometimes a lot of billboards, you know, when you need to print something out on some bananas, they are vector bananas, so you can stretch them even to a huge tanker. So this was most likely, this one on the left is most likely raster. This one oval, people, this is most likely vector. Let's simplify it to this. This one, I had a video for 3 minutes, but I had to cut it short. It's in PDF, right? So raster data, you take it, you draw it. It's a classical example how to draw an owl. You draw two circles, and then while the vector is how you draw an owl. You make a circle, then circle, you fill it with the color, you know. It's pretty primitive. With a pen in the vector graphic, I knew one person that in vector could use this pencil. You don't need to have manual labor to draw it, you just need the right understanding of color, shape. You can do it in reference, but it's a lot simpler. You don't need to go to our School of Arts for 7 years. This is a concept, this is a sketch artist, concept artist. It's relatively simple. It's a 2D artist. He's drawing some sketches colors it, and then based on that they cut it into pieces. You just need to know how to draw. Most likely, I mean, highly preferable. Otherwise, it's not gonna look well. These are my favorite ones. UI artist, artist, UI UX artist. It's user interface, and UX, it's user experience interface. User interface is how the buttons would look like. User experience is where they're gonna be located. It's an artist who's responsible where the buttons will be located and how they will be pushed. You know, somebody does it as well. Donate, for example, it's a nice. It's usually purple. Somebody drew it. UI UX is done in vector oftentimes because you later cut it, and you don't need to draw it. It's all done based on template. You can go by mouse. You don't have to draw it. 2D animator. Well, it's not working in PDF, in GIF. There was a great video in Spine Animator. This is a person who animates 2D images. It's a spine animator. There is such instrument. You set the points and some bones and everything. You can just take an image and find on YouTube a lot of videos. Time is still pushing me. Effect artist, 2D FX artist. It's a person who is drawing effects. You know, there should be some fire, some fountain, something is pouring, and so on. These are two beautiful examples. On the left-hand side, there is an explosion. It begins with an explosion. It ends with nothing. On the right hand, there is a torch, endless. You know, it never ends. You know. Well, you need to have an excellent drawing skills, and most likely you need to do it on a tablet. You know, preferably, highly recommended. It's a 2D FX artist. This is my favorite. Texture artist. It's a mythical person. I've been 19 years in game dev, and the first 10 to 15 years, we had some rumors, somewhere in some other studios, but not in ours. There is a 2D texture artist. You know, there's a 2D texture that make a 3D objects, and there are others that are making textures, but it's a dead occupation. Nobody needs it, but maybe in a huge studio such person exists. So it's a person who draws textures that we project on a model or a game, but usually it's all done by a 2D artist who can do everything, sketches and so on and so on. It's not a designated occupation. Let's move on. 3D games. That's how it should be. Bam! Horse the horizon. Inside. That looks like a 2D game, but it's a 3D. Who remembers how you call the game? At least you know that one. And the Cyberpunk. These are all 3D games, 3D pipelines, fully 3D. I will not explain what is 2D, 3D. Yandex can tell you, can do a really good job with that. What are the occupations done here? So, who is an 3D artist? It's a person who makes 3D model in its general sense. But we'll break it into pieces. He can make persons, he can make cars, he can make buildings, he can make all locations. He can build this beautiful hare or rabbit. Here is a meme. Each of these pictures, there's a different occupations, but BMW is a car, Mercedes a car, a taxi is Hyundai, a truck is Kamaz. You know, that's the difference between amateur and a professional. Next one is a person who is drawing 2D picture. It's a concept artist, you know, and based on that they develop 3D model. It could be of this quality, and at the end you get this type of model. This could be the the approach may vary. Some concept could be drawn by hand, like in the first case. You need to have some drawing skills. Well, the second example is in 3D, in a Blender, in 3D Max, but you can do it in 3 model as a concept, and then 3D specialists will, based on these renders, build the model. And my most unfavorable, this is by this life, 3D concept artists, you just need a tablet, you don't need to how to learn. They take a lot of images. They took a piece of a mountain, a fireplace, a curtain, photo bash, and it's another approach for artists. You feel free to write it down, but I see you're not interested at all. Now, character concept artist. In the past, we saw an image with a person drawn, and it wasn't really a good job. Well, this time, this is how a real concept looks like for a character. Besides the character itself, she needs to have a laser, it's a technology, as we call it, and for each detail there is a reference. So great level of detailization. This type of fabric, this type of coat of knitted fabric. It's a whole holistic concept, and based on this concept, 3D artists will work.
So he will take the concept of the personage itself, and then all the small details that the outside during restructuring, all of that will be applied so that you understand what it's made from. So it's sort of like Lego, but that's concept artist, environment concept artist. So that's the person that draws the environment, and the environment might be made from small objects, some kind of walls or something else, but it can be huge locations. So that's your environmental concept. So that means pretty much very simple. So that's 3D. 3D using some kind of concepts to develop personages. So that's very simple. So here you will need a mouse, so you will need a stylus. It's not so much that you will be drawing or yet that you need to learn drawing, but you need to understand anatomy. So you will need to get a Gray's anatomy to understand where the muscles are and how to show them correctly. But a stylus you will need just to color inside the lines, so to speak. And next, 3D sculpture or ZBrush artist, because the most popular software, if you've seen in the internet, this kind of clay figurines, so that's made with ZBrush. So that's software that actually imitates clay figurines. And here you can provide a great level of detail. So for the same role, for the same character, so you can't get this type of level of detail in your game drive. But there is this stage in AAA games and big games and expensive games. So usually at this stage you need to develop all the details. And with ZBrush, not only can you build humanoids and monsters, but actually you also can draw up machines or weapons. So here, so mouse or stylus. So again, you don't need to know how to use the stylus. It's much more convenient to work with the stylus. Let's go next. Clothes artist. is the same as a character concept artist, but usually it's a separate role. It's the person that makes 3D clothing. So we'll show you a picture. If you've have sewn something, and if patterns mean something to you, then actually you will know what I'm talking about. So you will need to build a pattern, and then using this pattern, you will be sewing digitally in 3D different clothes for different characters. Why the F do we need this? For example, if you tell ZBrush to draw a jacket, it will take ZBrush a lot of time. It will refer to different source materials, but with this you can just simulate. You put on your character this jacket. Actually, you can adjust it, move it, and that's you end up with a pretty realistic effect. So all the folds and everything else are very, very realistic, which is valued in 3D games. 3D animator, that's very easy. You only work with a mouse, you don't even need a stylus. That's somebody who brings characters to life. So riggers and skinners, but we won't talk about this. But when your character concept artist builds a character, then you get basically a skeleton. This skeleton is used. I'm looking at the timer, and I'm almost out of time. Then this character is animated. It's brought to life so that your character moves, jumps, etc., etc. That is done by your 3D animator. Then next, 3D environment artist, my favorite people. So your 3D environment artist, that's the way I began. I began as such myself. When I worked for 3D Pavlodar, I was a 3D environment artist. I built 5-story buildings, roads, etc., from houses to dumpsters, etc. Like 3D vegetation artist, my favorite people. That's actually a very fun thing. That's people who build vegetation, trees and bushes. Believe you me, building a tree is very difficult. Not everyone can do it. But in big companies, they have separate people who do this type of vegetation. Usually it's done by regular artists, but not everyone can do it. Effect artist. We've already seen those, but usually for 2D, an effect artist is somebody who creates and recreates explosions, etc. In 3D, you don't need to be able even to draw. So you need some kind of effect. Something is blinking, something is shining, and you see here in this node, you give the texture to move this way. Next, it needs to light up, and then you assign different colors. So it's a technical exercise. If you love this type of technical work, but you're not a good artist, that's actually one of the professions that might be for you. Next, texture artist. So that was a mythical position before, but now it's pretty real. Because there is this thing as substance artist. There is a software called substance painter. I think it's been renamed to just painter, but it's somebody who colors models, gives them texture. And the next, substance designer. So that's our interface of Substance Painter. You can actually use a mouse. With a stylus, it would be more interesting. You don't need to be able to draw to speak of. And here, for example, you can put in rust here. And with a stylus, you can put in rust here. And the program will help you with fissures and with fault lines, and where you cannot do it, actually it will do it for you, just to make sure that it looks good. Next, substance designer, I love them. So that's what the texture looks like. So all of these squares are nodes, so they're called so. So in every square, something is going on, and it follows a chain, a sequence. So you deviate up, you make it more fuzzy or make it more sharp, etc., etc., and that is the end result in terms of texture. It's not 3D, a 3D model. It's just texture. So all of that was done in your note reductor. You don't need to draw anything. Actually, there is no way to draw. It's very technical, but it's absolutely beautiful because everything is based on notes. You can scale it up, you can change it, you can adjust it. It's very good, but it's often difficult. So 3 minutes. So I'm being whipped to move faster. So now we're talking about a level designer. So there is such a person as a level designer. So it creates levels from cubes. So that's a level designer that was built a house, and then a level artist came, and that's what it created. So that's exactly what happened. So the level designer is a designer, and the level artist is an artist, a CG artist, and so. The design is made into a real thing, so that is done by the level artist, and the level designer is just is build something in design. CG generalist, I love them. So there is such a notion as a CG generalist. A CG generalist is somebody who brings together some of the professions that I mentioned. CG generalist can draw, can use a mouse, and also can play on the accordion, and also they can do something with a Phillips screwdriver and with a wrench, but you need to have several arms, so to speak. You need to begin somewhere. Pretty much somebody who can do a lot of work. It's a jack of all trades, but a master of none, so to speak. It's a profession that is in demand, but it's very difficult to become one. So actually, you can scan my QR code and you can write me, and I will even might answer your question if I like it. And Alexandra Akmesheva, leader of Game Lab Kibedo. We'll have a game zone. The game zone is still open until 5 p.m. If you haven't been there, go. So now the floor goes to Alexandra Dikmisheva, a very interesting format, and we've done some analysis on game dev. 20% growth in profits every year, but there is a McKinsey report which says that the market can be valued at $5 trillion, but it's not tied to game dev, but it's based on principles of commerce, education, and retail. So let's talk about education. Hello. I will begin with gratitude. Thank you very much to David and everybody who organizes such events, because for game dev it's important to build a community to hold events of this nature, and our lab actually fell by the wayside. For some time we were out in the cold, so to speak, let me put it this way. And I even forgot how to speak publicly, so if I go too much into lecture mode, just give me a sign. And I will begin. I hope from this presentation you will get a clear picture of what we've been doing when we were away from everything in the gaming community. My name is Sasha Knisheva. I am head of GameLab at KBTU, Kazakhstan British Technical University. I am an expert in the gamification. I am a media researcher with emphasis on new media, in particular game studies. What game studies is, I will discuss. I am a senior lecturer at the KBTU. And I am since recently president of the Central Asian chapter of Association of Researchers of Digital Games. And there is such an association, and recently with pride we opened up a Central Asian chapter for Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan, and that chapter and that association deals with gaming research. And my focus will be on this, a little bit about what Game Lab does. As I already said, it's a lab that researches games that is based on the School of Engineering at KBTU. We were founded in 2022, and since then now we have a good flow in terms of education in game dev. We have a different pathway for bachelor's degrees and for master's degrees, etc. We also have a mentorship program. We put together teams that dream of making their dream game, and then these teams then, with our help, go for a release. Actually, you can go to our game zone and play some of those games. So we also perform gamification projects. Some projects we do under contract. Some projects we do in cooperation with other organizations, such as with UNICEF, for example, on gamification of education. And last but not least, another point of our activity is research. Research was at the very beginning and was in the name of our lab from the get-go in 2022, and only now we finally understand how to approach this part, which looked very simple and self-evident in the beginning. So why should anybody research and study games? There are many answers to this question. We all know that games are talked about a lot. People talk about gamification, and gamification is the name of the game, excuse the pun. And also people say that games will be the end of humanity, that games make us vegetables. So that all of those are reasons to research and study games. One reason why we study them is because games can simulate reality, and but they simulate it differently from a book or from a movie. They can show us a reality that we can impact and we can interact with. This reality changes depending on our choices and our actions, and that's a unique media format during the whole history of media. Simulation can be divided into two types. Physical simulation, the most obvious one, and this simulation is used for educational purposes first and foremost. So here I added a screen of a pilot simulator. Pilots get trained how to fly a plane. Surgeons also can use simulators before they go and operate on a human being. So if we talk about professional simulators, that is something that enables us to hone our skills in a safe environment, especially in a type of activity where the cost of mistake is absolutely catastrophical. Let's imagine somebody driving down the plane in the ground, or somebody making a mistake while opening up somebody else. So we imagine, as you can imagine, the cost of mistake here is astronomical. So there are also physical simulators that can use for entertainment purposes. So we all know Microsoft Flight Simulator, which actually is used by professionals for training, because it's very good at showing that reality, what it's like to be in the cockpit and to be in the pilot's seat, and also simulates airport environments, etc., approach, etc. And the second type of simulation usually is not talked that much about, and that's a system simulator. It's a system simulation, and it can simulate and model something that is very difficult to break into formulas. Sims, has anybody played that? relationships, love, depression, fatigue, all of that is simulated in Sims. We can simulate the economy because everything is mathematically calculated. All of that models our reality, so to speak. But on on top of games creating some kind of virtual simulation, in reality, they also impact and model our reality. Plugin Corporation Incorporated. Does anybody know about them? During COVID, how many of you got to know them? So everybody played even before COVID. If you haven't played that, so I will explain. So you become the virus, and your objective is to infect the whole planet. And when COVID happened, there was even a conspiracy theory that the developers of that game, that they actually were responsible for COVID. They trained during this game, and then it became reality. In 2022, an add-on was issued where you can become a human and not a virus. Just to understand how you can protect yourself against the virus. So in some way, shape or form, gaming simulations can even predict our reality. And on the other hand, they can mirror our reality and mirror it in a way where we can see some things which we usually don't see. Mobile. Do you know this Kazakhstan game? Do you know which game it simulates GDA? Grand Theft Auto, GTA. But unlike GTA, there are no palm trees, there are no alleys, there is no Hollywood and Santa Monica, and they made it into our reality. So it's much closer to where we live because we feel like we're in Kazakhstan, in Astana or in Almaty.
And when they launched it in English, the highest peak of popularity were in East European countries, as strangely as it may seem, because this environment, this media seemed to be closer for them. It was more pleasant for them to be there. Games can spotlight some things in our life. It's a game that I'm showing of our residents. You can also play it in our game dev zone. It's a game about a girl, Bayan, and her sibling was stolen by some hostile creature, and she's going to fight back and return her sister home. And the team consisted of girls, developers, and everybody said, well, this is part of the agenda, female characters, female team of developers. In fact, this was just a team of girls, and they were more comfortable with making a game about girls because they would understand the character better. It was easier for them to model it, and I think it highlighted some tension in our society, and also nobody had this dissonance that the main character was a lady. It was fine that she was. Everyone was fine that she was strong and bold, and that highlights another feature of our society, that it was absolutely okay for our society that a lady can enter this house and go by fire. And games can also defy reality, and I'm sure none of you know this game. Wow, only two. Early 2000, RTS and one team. It was GLA faction. It was some terroristic organization with its headquarters being in Akmola city. Then it was, in reality, Astana was Astana, but the guys borrowed its name, and on the map they called the city Akmala, with the headquarters of terrorists and anarchists, and with some fake fortresses and so on. And this was Electronic Arts product, it's a Western brand, and they can shape someone's vision about an entire city, entire country. That could be erroneous vision, and it's all via this fictional reality. Virtual game. Most importantly is that the game are not transforming reality into virtuality, or they influencing our reality. Most important thing is that they model us. When we play, we change. I already mentioned that we cooperate with UNICEF, and one product of our collaboration is DPG Sim. Alexander Mizin is the developer. He sits here with us. His goal was to simulate development of digital public goods, and it wasn't so clear that startups could be dedicated to public goods, and the goal was to let people to live the life of such a developer, to live through good and bad times, difficult highs and lows, and sometimes games are not designed to train some skills or some knowledge. For example, StarCraft, that many people are putting into the CV that they're playing StarCraft and they're doing well. That they're doing well. It shows that they're good managers, and that they can manage people well enough. And that's what games do with us. Besides skills and knowledge, games can also change our mindset and our settings by default. So a player is different, gamer is different from a usual Homo sapiens. Has any one of you heard about the effect of Super Mario? The effect of Super Mario, the author of the concept is Marco, coming from NASA. Now he's a famous, well-known influencer and a YouTuber. His idea is that a person who's playing, he knows that you enter a certain game, and in order to go through a certain round or level, you need to die at least a few times, or get some damage, and then this person receives this as a default setting, that fail is not the opposite to success. It's just a necessary step on the way to success. And it's a completely different mindset, a different game. People who don't play, they get some failure, and then they say, oh no, it's not my cup of tea, and then they leave it. Those who play Mario, they know that until this mushroom kills him, he wouldn't understand what kind of mushroom it is. He would either kill the mushroom or be killed by it. So, and he has to incur or suffer some damage. So, and the final thing is the Proteus effect. Does anybody know Proteus? This is his image. It's an ancient Greek god. So he had some frictions with Prometheus. But that's a different story. So the travelers that met him could meet him in a different form or shape, as sand or water or animals or people. So, and that traveler who wouldn't be led by some tricks of Proteus could get would find out his future thanks to the forecast by Proteus. He was a fortune teller, and a player getting in the shoes of his avatar will earn the qualities and properties of this avatar. If a person is playing for a superhero, he gets this trend to tend to do some good deeds to help people just because he played in the game as a superhero. If a person play a role of a character of an old lady for a while, not for a long time, he will be moving slowly, carefully, similar to akin to old lady, and it's a huge area for research. that should help us understand how a character in a game may influence a player. That's what takes us to this study, and the game that we developed for this particular study you can play just as well. What is the whole point of this study? We're trying to realize how players identify themselves with a character. You will have to play for a grandma, so be ready to work slowly after you play it. And then we will try to find out how a cultural background and a context is affecting this identification with a character. And then how this identification with a character can change our approach for training, interaction with other cultures, ages, and other people overall, in general. And as I conclude, make sure you try and play our games downstairs. Make sure you participate in our experiment. Feel free to join our community. And we'll hold a conference in February for the researchers. It will be hosted by the Game Lab. We are still receiving requests and applications. Following this conference, there will be scientific publications in the Association of Game Researchers. And our motto: play games, learn, study games. So this is our QR, in case you did manage to scan it. It's another chance, and I'm open for your questions. Does anyone have any questions? And I will pass the mic. What's your name? I'm sorry. Alexandra. You mentioned Proteus effect. Does it work the other way around? Do we inherit some bad habits? Yes, it's an important comment, because when we were discussing this study, we thought that we are inventing some atomic bomb of 21st century. Because in case this is true and this effect has the other side, then you encapsulate, you can instill any thought, any idea in it, he will translate it into reality. It's an ethic dilemma, certainly. We need to study it, but how ethical it will be to use it later remains unclear. We cannot control that. Yeah. Does anyone else have any questions? Alexander, good evening. And you spoke a lot today how games are influencing those who are playing. Did you do any studies on those who are just watching those games, Twitch or YouTube? Well, that's it's a great and a very interesting segment. We haven't yet got around to study them, but I like this link. For example, between sports and TV watchers, and for example, let's take the Olympic Games. It was there only for the athletes and for the viewers there physically, and then once the TV broadcast was possible, now everyone is watching. And the same as with video, we're watching how others are playing video games, and it's an interesting thing to observe, to study and explore. I would be excited if someone embarks on this. Anyone else? How can you enter DIGRA? First of all, it's an international association. In order to enter DIGRA Global, you need to pay some fee. It's around €40 a year for students. For researchers, it's 60, and for the Central Asian DIGRA, you just need to fill out a questionnaire on the website. We'll add you to the chat, and we'll develop the community. Just for your information, DIGRA emerged in April. I mean, DIGRA Central Asia, of course, while Global DIGRA has been there for many years. Ali, when you're getting nervous because of a game, is that when you start losing your nerve because of the game? Can you repeat the question? When you're getting nervous, breakdowns, is it fine? Is it okay or not? It's about violence and game relations, because researchers have not arrived at consensus. There are many studies that show that video games mean that you sublime your anger, you vent it out and you become kinder. But many studies show that no, you play the game and you become aggressive. There is no clear pattern, frankly speaking. Can you experience a nerve system breakdown? And no, yeah, absolutely. Games is not the only way how you can damage your nervous system and ruin it. I would like to hear your opinion as an expert about the future of video games, VR, just your personal take on that. The most important trend that we observe as of now, game and reality, they do merge pretty closely. Any activity evolves into a game. We go shopping, we're playing. We go study, we play. We go to conference, we play. And is the capacity of the project will the project capacity grow to make money on video gaming? I'm a millennial. I'm happy to make money while playing, and that's what I basically do. What do you think would be more room to make money on gaming? And that's what I basically do as a millennial. Yeah. Thanks for that remark. We still have some time. I don't know whether you're familiar with the movie First Player Needs to Get Ready. Do you know similar projects out there in the world? Like a metaverse? Well, there are a lot of projects like that, as a matter of fact. I used to work for Gig Picnic festival, and it was an open air. And in COVID, we built our own metaverse in Roblox. We don't need to go too far, you know. I don't fully believe that we're all be living in like in a movie. I believe there will be just more merging taking place rather than we be looking like as a vegetable, you know. And it's all going to happen in virtual reality. I'm a health school student. What is the relation between gamification and healthcare? Say the surgeons may practice it on a simulator. Can it be? Can the progress like these all flash games when the face is distorted, mutilated? Can they simulate even some symptoms to test a doctor? There is like a game for traffic rules that where they can practice their knowledge. Will it be similar for a health school student when they check out a health study and then they can check their knowledge? Yeah, it's another. It's a question not about the future or what potentially can happen. That's already happening these days. In the Netherlands, there was a startup that created what you just described, and it's a preparation for doctor examination. Can you please shoot me a message? I forgot what it's called. I know that it's done in the Netherlands. but I forgot the name. As for healthcare and video games, I forgot the name of the game, but it's the first game that was officially doctors agreed, approved for children with ADHD. It's proven medical efficacy for kids with ADHD. Their focus of attention improves, and doctors can, in their prescription, can give can administer playing this game. You know. Thank you for mentioning the sublimation that we tend to sublimate. There are great games for patients on taking drugs and pills when you need to take a lot of pills. It's not just chasing time, but it's like an achievement. Like, hey, you managed, you didn't miss any pills this week, you did a great job. So according to our forecast, this is when you will fully recover. It inspires a lot of people because it's not only making you the right structure when you need to take pills and see a doctor, but also get a positive feedback, some kind of a reward, you know, because oftentimes it's not exactly necessarily pleasant and it's associated with some negative circumstances in your life. Regarding healthcare, there is a neuro laboratory in Astana. Neuromind therapy. We have a headset that you put on with golden electrodes. It's not invasive, and we have a set of games. So you get on the bed and you choose a game. You could be running, and you just drive the character with your mind power, you know. And then some monsters, if you're too relaxed, you know. They will catch you. So with the help of concentration, so you train to you train your brain to be concentrated. There are 10 type of games with some archery and so on. Now in China, I'm sure you've seen a video where the whole class is wearing this headset, a neuro headset, and the teacher sees it's on one dashboard with the division red, amber, green. It's not any type of future, but it's a reality. And we have a laboratory in Astana. You can see a video in Astana where I mentioned.
And actually, you can see videos on our website where I play such games. And it potentially can be used for amputees so that they can wear prosthetic limbs in the future. Last question, Sasha. There is a question about games. Can they help you relax? I believe it's 50-50. If you're good at that game, then you can relax. If you're bad at that game, then you'll get frustrated, and the result will be the opposite of relaxation. So you spend a lot of time to study professionally games in the gaming industry. Do you play games yourself, and which games? Research shows that there is a connection between aggression and violence and video games. Research shows that aggression is elicited not by games where there is violence, but games which frustrate, games that you don't know how to level up, games that you cannot succeed in. They cause aggression, but it doesn't matter if there are weapons or violence in the game itself. That is secondary. Do I play games? A lot less than what I need to, because my research swallows up a lot of my time. But I do play. I do try my hand. For example, a game called Graveyard. It's a very small game. So for whatever reason, I guess my age is showing. So what happens? So you go to a bench, you cross the cemetery, find a bench, sit down on that bench, and die to the accompaniment of a good song. Usually people say that you need to play less, but you're saying that you need to play more. Thank you very much, Alexandra. A round of applause. And I hope that you'll be able to play in the game zone. No microphone is being used, so no translation can be provided. So we have games from 23 game studios, 6. So